Ah! Hi. I'm here. I'm here. I made it. Just in time for the start of my stream. What's up? Hi. So, you know what's up, right? Not, yeah. Each room looks like it has a good amount of nuance to it. That is pretty true, I think. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Explaining. Oh, that'd be so awesome, Safi. I'd love to see people do that, Golden. Okay, so I'm actually gonna have audio on because it's important to kind of hear the cassettes. But it's okay if you can't hear it that well. Hi everyone, hope you're doing okay. We're locking in on explaining one more stream of this and then no more explaining. Yeah. So you start this super when there's like the second tick on the yellow one, like then. Make sure to time that good. You want to not be at the left here because like, yeah, you can corner correct, but like look at this, okay? The block like spawns in. There is very much risk of the block becoming solid like when you are inside of it. So you want to not be inside of it. Is what I tried to do. I tried to just be in the wall bounce range here. I also tried to do it so that it would spawn before I reach its height. But that is a danger because if you're inside of it, you're not. It's just not gonna become solid. I mean, this is self-explanatory. Kind of like half visual cue with the lightning there. And I don't really need to. You can see what I'm doing. I feel like this room is actually quite shrimpable. I did release jump, so I didn't do a full jump there. And this is like kind of difficult because you're fast falling, so you go in fast, but it's okay. Make sure you don't accidentally like cancel your dash with a jump. Yeah. This sure is still going Violet, and there's a hidden refill off screen here, so that's what that is. Bang. Which is very nice. This looks so fun. Wait, what do you even do? Oh, there's a double refill there. Okay. It looks so fucked without that. Are you just supposed to do like this wall bounce? That's crazy, dog. Hope this run wins. Thank you. I guess something important to mention. You know, I'll explain it later. I'll explain it on the screen where it happens so it's easy to see. But there is something you need to watch out for. Okay, so I enter this room as these blocks are like going down and about to change. What that does is it has the effect of raising the blue cassettes by a pixel and lowering the pink ones by a pixel. So this just happens on any screen transition if you time it right. There's this room, of course, where you want that to happen, but there are also rooms where you don't want it to happen. I paid attention to make it not happen on rooms I didn't want it to happen in. So, sometimes it's just like a little inconvenience and a little different. Sometimes it makes the strat like just not work. This is a pixel lineup to demo hyper at max height. It's a demo hyper so that you jump far off the block. It is on that pixel because you need the corner correct in order to extend properly. And yeah. The cassette raise is to make this lineup good. Go as soon as you see this turn solid. And buffer this. It's like a failable timing, but it's fine. Then this is a corner boost, which I guess like, okay. Corner boost explanation. Because I actually, this is like the first one. There's a bunch of corner boosts in this third. So corner boosts are like, wow, I corner boosted. But if I do this, wow, I didn't corner boosted, and I almost didn't make it. That's because this is a bad CV. That is a bad corner boost. And the difference between a good corner boost and a bad corner boost is if you enter climb jump range before colliding with it, then your speed doesn't get set to retain. Then your speed doesn't get retained, and you can do a climb jump and add 40. But if you do collide before, then your speed gets retained, and the climb jump won't add to it because it's already retained, and the retained speed doesn't increase. And that can make you miss this. So what I do is this, and every frame here, I think either gives a good CB or the ones where it gives a bad CB still work if you have enough height. And it's a nice, convenient, quick setup for that, yeah. But that is a thing. Corner boosts are evil with the like, you kind of need to get the extra speed, but this room, yeah, another example of that. Slide against this wall, line up on this pixel, and then this will line up your X position to make this a good CV all the time. Then here's the cool subpixel normalization thing. You'll always path this on the same frame. So like, basically, by like colliding with this wall, you normalize your horizontal subpixels, and by colliding with this ceiling, you normalize your vertical subpixels. So you get here in the same exact position every time. Then by doing this sequence of jumps, this corner jump will line up as a buffer. Here's another one. Here's another corner boost. This one's hard. There is a backup route. If you get a bad CB and you don't go fast, you'll reach the lower block instead. However, that's difficult. It's difficult to make both of them work. And it's like super... It's rough. So I avoided that by doing this setup and going like a little before this block spawns in. And then this followed by a reverse super at max height buffering the jump here. It makes like most realistic frames you could dash here give a good CB. Like I do not ever get bad CVs here because of this setup. I don't remember the exact frame range, but it's a bunch of them. But you also need to make sure you don't accidentally like drift left too much before this left dash or anything like that, or like mess up the timing, or yeah, very and not just that, here's another corner boost. This one, if you don't have any strats for it, it will just be a difficult 2 to 3 frame. Like, falling at max speed, this could be a 2 frame, it could be a 3 frame. Both of those are very tight, especially because there is not a good visual cue. So instead of doing that, I go over, but going over is extremely hard on this version because of this one piece of lightning. So, like, little stutter in the air. Like, Strat is exactly what it looks like. Wait for the like second tick here, and then go a little after it, and then this buffer jump will line up. You have sent a PNG image. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I love the warning signs. They're good. Thanks, Ella. And this is a right dash. Right dash is better than upright because you're so close to the room border. This strat's hard. This room is fucked up and evil. Like this corner beast is evil, and then this is also evil, but it's also cool as fuck that this exists. Also, be sure to climb down on the blue block a little bit, because if you don't, then you'll be like too high for this. You can use like the middle tick here. Hi, Wondro. Go as soon as the color changes. Fun fact, I did this wrong. I was supposed to demo, but I didn't. It doesn't really matter, but that's a thing. Go on the half beat and then the full beat. Like, yeah, it's, the timing isn't, I don't need to go as soon as it greens, you know. It's chill. Hold on, this room's awesome. I just want to, like, give this room a play. I'm, like, hot. I'm melting. What the hell? Yeah! Like, this is crazy that this is a 90 obstacle. It's very, like, out of place, I think? I don't know. That doesn't feel like something you'd see in a 9D, but you do. But you also don't do this. Fun fact, from an upright dash with no extra speed, you'll always get a good CV because you move it less than 3 pixels per frame. I think that's a 2F. Looks very 2F-y to me. This is just fun. I'm just having fun now. Why is it so hot in here? What hello? I need to open my window a little bit. It's... That or it's just my body doing that. You're emitting heat from inside my room. Ah. It happens, it's okay. As soon as it turns yellow. Because you're so hot. Sorry. Who said that? Okay, so this room you must say goodbye to Petunia. Specifically? Oh. Specifically, I drop her off the left side of this block. In case I fall back down, she'll end up like here, and I can just go back up again. You might be wondering why I don't take Petunia further, and that's because you realistically can't in this version. It's not, the route doesn't exist, and you have to do out some task shit to make it. So anyways, walk off when it turns green, then do a super. Then, yeah, you can see. Wow, my room smells like outside now that I have opened the window. As soon as you hear the, like, the thing, you can see what I'm doing. There's not that much nuance here. A little before it turns off is when I do that jump to time it. It's okay if this cassette block is accidentally raised. I just realized the... No, I also just realized that. Sorry. I still had it as well. I pixel line up hand on the bright spot in the wall. This is actually exactly what it looks like. There's nuance in this room in that you want to make sure... Like, I skip this wall jump. You want to make sure that you don't, like, make the block trigger by being too high here. You want to also make sure yeah, you get enough distance to make this work. Chat blocked me going up. That's okay. And yeah, two dashes timing. I guess like this isn't really relevant here, but you know, there's like the thing about cassettes where the cycle continues during freeze frames, so like dashes, yeah. I know, right? This one is like kind of scary because it's like, oh, what if it appears too soon? But it's not really gonna do that. Just make sure you're low enough. Make sure you are low enough to properly do that. And you need to absolutely not raise cassette blocks like I did here, which is why I re-enter. Because there's a precise strat of as soon as this blue turns on, reverse hyper, up dash like a little bit in the middle between these two blocks, and then do this. And this is a jump without slow fall, so a 12F jump is more lenient because you have more speed, so there's more frames between jump timer and slow fall. 70 favor. So you do a 12F jump off of this, and then fast fall down, and you'll grab near the top of this block. You need to climb up a little bit because you need to be on the top pixel you can climb to, and you need to jump before the block moves down a pixel there, because otherwise this won't line up. So this is like very hard. And then hyper bunny hop here. Yeah, that's it. Hyper bunny hop here. Fuck him. Meta gifted a tier 2 sub to Ella. Thank you. The thumbs down. Thanks for the gift sub. Yay. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, there were. This is a speed control. You'll see this later. But, I release right to slow down so that I have more time for this up dash. This will be a thing you see later. This will be a recurring character. This idea. But anyways, do this. Do this bunny hop like a little before the second tick and you should land there. Yeah, and this is cassette raising, which is if you're inside of a cassette block for the entire duration it's supposed to be solid. It'll just go up. It just does this. And it's the bottom section is fucking hard, so it's good you're able to skip it. In case you haven't seen, I want to try it. I don't even really know what you're supposed to do here. Okay, it worked, but like you see those tournaments? That would be so funny to do. You know, it's consistent. This is awesome. Oh no. My dash. Come here. Okay. But yeah, so instead of doing that, it is worth it to take about, I think, a minute 25 to raise this block to its peak. Okay, a minute 15. And skip that part of the screen. This screen I try specifically not to raise the cassettes on, because if you do, then you can only get the grounded cassette boost when blue turns on. Fun fact, by the way, the cassette raising like that not only happens on room transitions, it also happens on, like, death. So, like, a lot of the time, cassettes will just be offset like a pixel, and it will affect your gameplay. You can become extremely aware of this. These are 10 frames, because that's how long lift boost is. Now you might think that, like, if you miss this, it's over, but it's simply not. There is a pretty easy backup for this, which is that if you, like, say, miss this... Oh, no, I missed it. And I use my dash. Well, you can just, actually, I don't... Ignore that. I don't know what my hand did there. But... And then here's another room where I purposely raise these blocks. This one has a very clear purpose. It's to raise the block so that it's easier to reach the ending. And yeah, this is a corner boost. Make sure that you stay on this pixel. If you move 1 pixel right before this corner boost, it will be a bad CV. The way I do that is I don't use my regular keys. I use my demo key, and then I use a right plus jump plus grab button. I use a right corner boost button for this, and it makes it safer. Then jump as this disappears. Up dash maybe a little earlier than you think, because, like, the way... Like, can I explain this? So, like, the trajectory you take is gonna look like... Alright, Han, how do I want to explain this? Yes, like, the trajectory you're gonna be taking is gonna look like this. Then you're gonna accelerate down to a max speed. Then you're gonna start again. And then, like, your dash is gonna end and you'll accelerate down to a max speed. Basically, this is like a speed over time. So... Like... That's not actually true. This is like... No, it's not. But it's like sort of that. That's what I was going for. What I mean is, like... As long as you reach max speed, you're gonna be optimal if you do your next height gaining thing and reach max speed also. Like... Does that make any sense? It's kind of a weird concept. It's like... As long as you reach max speed before you do the up dash, and you reach max speed after you do the up dash, you're gonna have the same amount of frames where you're at max speed. So there's like a large amount of frames that give the same result. I don't know, this is like pretty important. It's also why, like, here, this is a simple thing I can show. Is there like it's like a little hard to show, but let's go to So look at this, okay? I'm gonna line up on this wall, and I'm gonna line up like this. I'm gonna do a jump, and I'm gonna do an upright dash, and I'm gonna die like exactly there. I'm going to die at the exact X position, 100, like, no matter where in my trajectory I do this upright dash, I will die in that exact same spot because I reach max speed after the jump, and I also reach max speed after the dash. If I did this dash early, which isn't really something I can demonstrate particularly here, but if I did this dash, like, before I reach max fall speed, then I would get less distance. So, like, the important thing is reaching max fall speed between each of your actions to maximize your distance. I don't know if that made the most sense, but, you know, yes. That makes sense? Good. And yeah. Grabbing this block is a little scary. Making it to this block is also a little scary. Then absolutely make sure not to cassette raise here. I go on the middle tick of the pink here and walk off, jumping upright. This is a sub-pixel setup, which is 1F tap into this pixel. then do 2 1F taps inside of it, and then you're going to be far enough right so that you'll have 4 frames on this dash. I don't remember if demoing gives you an extra frame or not, but 4F right dash. Demoing could give you an extra frame. Make sure that you do not... I waited here so that, like if this block changes, when you jump off of it, you can get lift boost from that and die. So don't do that. Make sure that's not gonna happen. Also, make sure you don't accidentally jump with lift boost. If you get lift boost for 10 frames every time this changes, okay? So just... yeah. Wait for long enough and then go. Now this is climb down so that you reach this ground pretty fast. Also do a little right tap before landing so that hopefully all 5 frames of jump works instead of just the last 4. Did Slad die like that? It's crazy if so. And then you want to do this really fast. Like you want to like buffer the demo. Also it's a demo because a faster horizontal speed gonna get you under this better. You know, have more frames to jump than a regular downright. Then right dash, upright right buffer. And then, yeah, it's that. And then here I can show you what we're looking at. You got a long block here. And then that block, that block. This block I don't use. And then there's this block. There's also that block. Wow. And these. Oh, that sounds tragic. I saw that at some point. I remember it was in the climb on the left side. I do remember that. So grab the bottom of this block, and then again on the like the middle tick of when blue is off, go. And then just do this movement. You can kind of see where the blocks are. You get the feel for it. It is what it is. Also, if you do that movement kind of fast, this will always be good. Yeah. This room is extremely funny. This setup I do like a little break. This setup I do, dashing into this corner and then doing an up dash. If you don't do that, there is an exceptionally rare chance you can die on the battle and throw. This is because of a combination of worse spinner cycle luck and bad camera positioning. Going from down here kind of sets up the camera so that that doesn't happen. And as far as I'm aware, that doesn't happen. But technically, this is a thing you can die to. And it's really funny. Like, it's not gonna happen, is the thing. I'm not gonna be able to get this to occur. Because it's actually so rare. But it can happen. You can die here. You can. What am I doing? Okay. I don't know, but that lineup I do always fixes that. Always makes that not happen. Okay, yeah. It's parting. Look. Look. The key trail's real funny here. I already explained Dream Hypers, right? Eugene video. Check the Eugene video. Here I climb down 2 pixels and do this and do that buffered, at least like usually buffered. Parrot does the like up dash, up demo and jump through these things. New 90 has a visual, like a background thing you can use as a visual cue. Without that, it's a lot harder. And I also kind of disagree. Like, I think the wall bounce is easier. I feel like people probably just didn't understand that wall bounce, but I also just could be wrong. But either way, she has decided differently than me here. I prefer just wall bouncing. But you climb down 2 pixels to make sure the wall bounce doesn't kill you sometimes. That's an important detail. And then yeah, this is a... From this to line up the upright, you do a little right release, look at that. And then the upright will be lined up pretty good. Now here you're going over a trigger. I want to close my window now. I feel like the room has cooled down an ample amount. An apple amount. Yeah, so if you've seen a playthrough of this in U90, this is so different. Like, the triggers that you can go over are just not the same between versions. So here what you're doing is you're going over this trigger by doing this. Okay? Then you have no one here. This is another instance of that thing I was talking about at the end of Curiosity, where you can slide against a block to climb up to the top, and you'll always land on it if you release grab. This is just going over with the feather. Be sure you press right before you reach the top, because if you reach the top of the screen and you're just holding straight up, feather is gonna go left. Which, by the way, I'm so smart, because like this is my right, but it's your left, so like I know what's up. Left. And here there's a trigger that you can skip that I chose not to skip. I actually think the wind on flag 23 makes it easier. Technically, you can just skip this. I believe that's the wind trigger, that or that. But doing this with no wind is like, it's clearly designed with wind in mind. So I don't skip this wind trigger. So this is a silly obstacle. Firstly, 3-tile ultra. If you do the down right too soon after jumping, you will collide before your dash ends, which will kill all your speed when your dash does end. So that's no good. You want to make sure that you don't ultra fuck. And you also want to... Okay. The problem with this can be explained by simply trying it. You will hurt yourself very badly. Okay, so I live there, right? I live there. I'm living. You know, it's fine. I lived there, but that looked a little close, didn't it? I'm looking at... and I died. So you can see, there's an issue here. Sometimes, if you just raw this up dash, you can die to that top spinner. Kind of just dependent on your vertical alignment, kind of just like a little luck based. So, instead of doing that, what I do is I demo into it, and and then my dash ends, and now I'm moving slower. And I either uncrouch into it or just touch it later. So like, I believe this up dash is a 5 frame to work. You also need to make sure to slow down enough, because if you go too far right, that will happen. So you need to control your positioning and speed. Yeah, it's a tough obstacle. Out of curiosity, I mean, I do have the physics inspector file right here. Yo, Splo1! Oh, that looks really funny. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? How's the PRTP? You're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you may wonder why. Thank you. I feel like I probably dashed last frame, but like it happens. No. Yeah, second last frame. It's chill. It's not that scary. Hi, Cackle Toast. You did do a lava C-pop? You what? This upright's funny. I don't remember why it's funny. You can go up here. Oh god, fun fact. So, there's... Someone, was like, yeah, this old run's obviously cheated. Why would you go up there? In reference to going through this gap. 5 out of 16 of the submitted parting plurals, Goldens, do go up there. Lots of people go up there. Lava C-pop. Hold on. You lava C-pop. How? What? Okay, it feels like this is probably just a climb jump and then you hit the spring. I don't think you actually C-popped. I think you climb jumped on the block and then hit the spring. But funny looking stuff. Yeah, basically gotta control your position really good here. The wind makes that gap pretty chill. It's close enough. Yeah. Then I do this wall bounce, and then I just go over. Yeah. There's lots of going over. This right dash is a 7F, the second one. Also try to dash low here. Tap down. I do a little down tap and then release direction so that the feather is moving straight to the right. You know, because there's upwind, which is moving the feather up. So in order to move straight right, you actually need to move a little down right. So little down tap and then release direction. So that's what's happening on there. And then down dash. There's definitely a visual cue I had for this. It was definitely with the spinners. I don't really remember. This is you can barely see it, but this is a feather in a bubble, so you need to dash into it. Alright, and now it's time for dash trigger skip. Just kidding, you can't skip the dash trigger. That's right. For this room, you have 2 dashes. It's a reference to old 7D, a flag and that. I think maybe flag 2. I don't know. I don't think that's true. But, look at this. This is, we got some triggers here. This trigger removes the wind. This removes the wind, which you can go over. You can see it ends at the top of the screen. This trigger removes your extra dash, and look at it. You can't go over that. That extends all the way up. You cannot dash trigger skip in this version. And then this is the wind trigger for the next flag, which I skip. So what I do is I skip the no wind trigger, obviously touch the dash trigger because I have to, and then skip the wind trigger so that I'm in the next flag with upwind. Snow showers? Good for it. Okay, yeah. So then there is another trigger here also, which is, I believe, a no-wind trigger. Right here. Yeah, this is a no-wind trigger, which I go over. So make sure to go over that. Which I think you can't go over this one in new. That's why it's so interesting. It's just a different selection of triggers you can skip in new versus old. And it is really intriguing. But anyways, now you're doing flag 20 with upwind, which is purposeful because, check this out, okay? This is such a hard timing. I forget how you time this. I don't think you do it from here, but this is I think a 3F with the cycle. I think you hit a 3 frame here, which hitting a cycle 3 frame is super fucked. So instead of doing that, what you can do is have upwind and kind of skip that. But then you have to do this flag differently with upwind. But the upwind actually helps quite a bit. The upwind makes this flag easier. So as soon as these circle guys are at the right and this moves down, you do a hyper, release jump into refill freeze frames, and then to make it over here, make sure you're fast enough and dash early enough to get past this guy. This right press is like 7F-ish. Then you time an up press when this guy is like straight, when these are like vertical, you know? And then you're gonna just fly over in this direction. And can do this. Technically, these can be on the other cycle too, and that also works fine. Okay, yay. So this next screen has cycles that you can't see at the start of the screen and affect the whole screen. So from the start, I'm doing normalized movement. I'm doing an up right dash, and I'm doing an up dash pretty early. And then I grab the block. And then I wait a teensy bit before doing my up left, which lines up this wall bounce. That lines up cycles quite well. I do a down left, and then when this is a tile into these spinners here, I do down right, down left. And that lines up this. And then make sure you don't bonk here. You do have lift boost, but it's still a threat. And make sure you make it over this. That's why you go fast, because the spinner's a little tight. This room, I died to this room once. Lol. If you jump super early here, it can give you more time to do a little stutter, and you'll grab this block higher and not go under it. Which I did do a little stutter there. I totally didn't need to, but I did. Then jump from anywhere there. Then this is a wall kick with a tiny jump when this stops moving, and then fast fall, and that's gonna line you up in a pretty good spot. The camera here is very much a threat, because if you reach the side of the screen, the battle and boss is gonna like block you from progressing, and it's gonna kill all your speed. So you want that to not happen. So doing this wall kick from this block lines up your position pretty good, and timing a down right dash, like about when Madeline is gonna reach the right side of the screen, is good. I actually feel like I went pretty early here. I'm not sure. There's definitely a timing for this. And yeah, now we're in this room. I do a slow fast bubble on this one. Like if I do a full fast bubble, the laser's not gonna line up, but if I do a full slow bubble, it's gonna be a little awkward. So I bubble like a little fast to make this as comfy as possible. Then here, instead of just doing bubble right, bubble right, bubble right, I dash into the bubbles. This is something you'll see like speedrunners do. It's basically so that instead of bubbling as fast as possible being a 1F timing, it's just a buffer. So dashing into this makes it way harder to accidentally like dash early while still being 1 frame off optimal. Actually, the dash makes you move faster, so that's not even really true here. It might just be faster. Extremely funny thing about this, okay? So when you hit... Okay, look at this, okay? When you hit a battle and boss, the blocks are gonna start falling. It's gonna trigger blocks to fall. It does this for regular falling blocks too, not only specific battling blocks. Basically what I'm saying is, here. If I can demonstrate this. I don't actually really remember how to do this, but like... Yeah, so let's just say like I'm skipping that first spring. And let's try to do the room as normal. Where is the spring? It didn't fall. It fell late. Why did it fall late? because this block still existed, you need to drop all 4 of these springs. And if you don't, this block will take longer to fall and it won't work. So, right, but you hit the battle and boss, and then the blocks are like, okay, time to fall, and then this one goes first, and they fall in order. So yeah, very odd interaction. That is why you must hit every spring here. I do a little fast fall to speed up so that this is less scary. This is just a horrifying upright, in all honesty. Right dash, it doesn't have to be buffer. It's buffer on it pretty good. This room is where you'll learn about another... Like I mentioned this before, right? With like the wind and the climbing up, doing the little in downwind at the top of a block. Basically, entering a room versus dying in a room and respawning in a room, it puts Madeline in a different depth relative to things. And basically, interactions with like 2 or more entities can have different results. So basically, hello Crime Liker, do I fuck with ice climbers? I'm glad you asked. I sure do. I have an ice climber video. It's peak. Do you fuck with crime? Crime liker? Thoughts on crime? Okay, but as I was saying, so entry versus respawn has a different thing. This strat I'm doing will kill you sometimes on respawn. And the strat originally developed for this will kill you sometimes on entry. So like, this is why I have a slight variation that always works on entry. So yeah, anyways, this shit got movement. Honestly, maybe something less scary than this turnaround here. I don't know. It's fine. Try to time this. It's whatever. Then buffer this right dash. Slow bubble this, and then up demo into this. And then this entire sequence of bubble dashes should work and always make you live. Again, only on entry. It will sometimes kill you on respawn. And here's another funny thing. I look at the timer. So, I go on a 5-second interval. So here I do a jump at 30 seconds on the timer. And then I wait 17, a little more. I wait a little more than 7... I scroll the screen down to this pixel. Wait a little more than 17.5 seconds. And then close the bino. The bino teleports you down like this because, again, battle in camera does shit. But yeah, you're gonna see me close the camera like a little after 47.5. Probably like 47.8. Yeah, see I pressed... Yeah. And then, what that does is it lines up... Oh yeah, also these gaps, you do like a little left tap, and the length of the left tap before your dash depends on how far left you are. Also, try not to die to these spikes by pressing right before it. It lines up both the bumper cycle and the moonblock cycle, so that this is kind of nice. Make sure you don't bumper boost, but also hold right before launch state ends. And then, this... There is a thing that you need to keep in mind, which is that starting a downwards dash, if you're holding down, you're gonna be crouched the first frame. So, like, the way this is relevant is, say I want to grab this refill. Okay, I want this refill. And I do my dash here. It's like, okay, well, I'm in the refill. It should be fine. But... hold on, here's a better example. So it's like, I'm in the refill. It should be fine. But It's not, because I'm going to start the dash, I'm going to be crouched, I'm going to be under the refill, and then the next frame, I'm going to be past it and not collect it. So you need to make sure that that does not happen there. It's a little tight. And here I line up your ear with that little plant thing, then go. Demoing allows you to hit this bumper higher and still get the flat horizontal boost, so do that. And the bumper boost buffer. This turnaround is difficult. Like, notice how close I got to everything. I tried to be able to figure out that cycle, and I didn't really. I really just, like, did not figure out that cycle. Sometimes I just got a worse cycle on this. But yeah, so it's a hard turnaround. Difficult moment. Am I just doing the dash earlier, or am I redirecting my dash? Redirecting would work. If you aren't holding down at the start of your dash and redirect it, this would work. I am not doing that. I don't think so. Unless I do. Do I? Wait, hold on. I might have been, like, doing that without knowing that I've been doing that. Let's analyze frame by frame. What do you mean I got 90 golden? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I press all the buttons on the same frame, so do I start crouched? I do start crouched, yeah. So I did not redirect. Technically, you can redirect, because that only applies if you... You can also do a downright dash where, like, it looks like this. And I stayed uncrouched that whole time. That just requires you to press downright later, or it requires you to use dash only keys. Actually, hold on. Is my dash only down also bound to movement down? No. Okay. So does it just work differently than I thought it did? I thought it checked movement down, but this is clearly crouching her. Oh no, it's just a demo button. That's why. It's a demo button. That's why. It's a demo button. Dash only keys would also work if there weren't a demo button, but yeah. Difficult obstacle. This is also a difficult obstacle down here, but I do it. Then again, I do another overclock here. A neutral climb jump on the ground wobbles the way to get extra stamina. Fuck these keybinds. These are normal keybinds. This is a little tricky because you want to make sure to do a right climb jump, otherwise you'll fucking die. So you can't risk pressing jump sooner than pressing right. I think the way I do that is I just, like, very quickly, it might come up at the same frame, but yeah, no, it doesn't. I press right, like, 2 frames before I press jump on this. Same here. Why am I in the... I want to be here because this is a better view, I think. But, yeah, pretty just, like, very, it's dashless gameplay. Lol. Do my 5 jumps. They're not that precise. Here, if you grab the very bottom of this block and you release at the end of its path with lift boost, you'll get speed and retain it and go into the spinner and die, which is why I climb up a little bit and release as soon as the block stops. This is the screen border pushing Madeline into the block. Be sure to release grab. Funny strat. This up dash has to be buffered. If it's not, you die. I use this block as a little visual cue. When it's about to go off the screen, I do this hyper. Also, you can do this hyper from, like, a lot of places on this block and reach. And yeah. The thing about these blocks is they kind of do just stop it at an arbitrary point in space, but like you can get a feel for it. So this is any climbing pixel and you won't jump over the pink refill. Thank you, Vince. I love that emote. I love yapping. This part is just hard. Watch out for the spike. But also watch out to have enough height for this up dash. Genuinely just a really hard obstacle. This is a little awkward too. I chose not to demo it. It is what it is. No, I did not troll with it. I did do the right dash, but I didn't go like... People are fucked up about the off-screen spring, though. Okay, thing about this is the spikes have higher priority than the spring, so you want to not move right you want to not move left a pixel here before you do the dash, because if you do, you'll die to the spikes. So make sure to redirect or be, I think it's 3 frames away from redirecting. I don't remember, but like, don't die to those spikes. You can die to these spikes. Haha, cool. No shit after that one. Obviously that upright is not a buffer. This is just a pretty precise string of movement. Ah, feather. So demo into this earliest is like fine. So just like, I think if you're too late, you can die by just holding upright. So don't be too late. Hi Ren Pastel. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Cause I'm Nins. I'm not. No. 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 I was locked in. Even, like, reading the dialogue, I had to make sure that I didn't lose my shit. Now, yeah, this feather is utterly horrifying. Up right into it starts you at a pretty good spot, but, yeah. Now, this is, like, again, another slow circle to take this turn tight, but it's just really hard. It is just extremely hard. And the thing is, too, you need to be, like, you need to do this really good, because you need to hit this feather in dash state to be able to move far enough right to not die to this spinner. Oh, cool. That's the number. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you learned it. Yay. Yeah, basically, extremely hard feather. Also, that left tap in that feather... No joke either. But okay, you're on the last screen. Wait 3 cycles and then go when this is at its top. It's snowing again. There's so much snow. So this screen's funny because this little starfish can kill you. So in order to have that not happen, I wait on this moonblock cycle. When it goes up a pixel is when I jump off of it. And if I go early or late, I can go fast or slow on those hop dashes to adjust, and I will make it past fine. How much of the golden is left? Like 40 minutes? But yeah, but there's like a couple breaks in there. It'll be fine. I'll make it. Surely, I think I could do this all today. Fun fact about True Love is I generally play this checkpoint at the same pace every time. And there's like 2 points in the song that happen at like the same time. You know? Like when I enter flag 5, it's like... And then when I enter flag 3, it's like... You know? I don't know. Yeah. It's cool. Yeah, this is you can do this. You want to not be too far right and hit these spikes, so don't do that. That'd be bad. If you just hit the spring at the bottom and don't dash, you can go over this, I believe. So you gotta dash. And the wind here is less than you think. It's like literally it's literally like 10 or something. I don't remember what wind speed is here. I can check. It's 40. I think that's actually like quite a bit. Unless there's another wind trigger that slows it down. Nah, the wind speed is 40. Okay. But it's slower than I think, at least. I thought it was more than this. Basically, this up dash timing is later than I thought. And it is also an up dash, not an up demo. Because if you up demo, then you can't up demo the next one. And if you are uncrouched, you might hit these spikes at the right by bonking early. So it's not demo and then demo this up dash to make it. Slow bubble everything here to give the wind time. I guess except that one. Okay, I guess kind of just like this one. Slow bubble this one. Doesn't actually really matter that much. Demo here is a 4F if you... Yeah. Yeah. You sure can. The sign up is neutral dash and then hold down right and you'll slide into the right spot. Here I use my dash only keys again to fit in the gap and to do that. Here pixel line up with Madeline's leg on the blue part of the Kevin in the middle of it there. This refill is what I was mentioning before also, like the freeze frames from it tend to throw me off. I have to pay extra attention to these freeze frames. I have to like be certain I'm not messing it up. Yeah. Then that, yeah, it is what it is. This is just movement. Here I use Madeline's leg in this brown part of the Kevin as a visual cue. Full crouch jump. This drop is easier in old than it is in new. It's funny. Yay! A little treat. And then 2 down rates. If you do a down dash into this Kevin... Wait, hold on, let me check something. I doubt I got that close. Okay, yeah. But what I'm saying is you actually can't die to this spinner. The Kevin will cover it in time. But either way, yeah. Then I use visual cue of Madeline, the like bright pixel of her foot being shown, then max height jump. This is also easier in old, I'm pretty sure. A nice break. And it's important to be crouched here, I think. I'm pretty sure at least. Let me see. How important? Okay, it's not that important. But there is like a difference between entering crouch and undemoing, which is what the redirecting thing from earlier is. This block is one use, so watch out. Use it well. I do an extra stall here so this block never kills me. This block is off grid. Fun fact. It's like a dash block or something. I don't know. Then jump into that corner, hyper. This is like a hard movement thing that you just get down over time. This is hard also. You need to make sure to right dash late and then not die to these spinners. And then you go. Yeah, now flag 5. Yay! There's nuance that I don't understand here. Do all that entry stuff for Moon Cycle. It's for Moon Cycle, and then Hyper. This up dash is like at a point in time. This right dash is at a point in time. This right dash is a little after you start to fall. And then that up right is buffer. There's nuance to this that I can't possibly explain. It's deep into my brain. Make sure to hold down here so that you go fast. Then, yeah. How do you explain this? I mean, like, through doing this bit of it is always going to be the same. Like, unless you mess up big time, this start is always going to be the same. Then the Seeker can be in different spots, and you do just different things depending on where she is. For instance, you can do a thing where you if the Seeker's like over here, she's going to charge you and get this. So what you can do is fall down and wall bounce and go over, and this switch gets collected then. Here she collected that switch early anyways, it would seem. That does not always happen. Yeah, the Seeker is the variable here, and you change what you do here to accommodate that. And then you can go up into this corner and you're safe in this corner. That was a short explanation for that. There's so much nuance. Like, it's just hard to explain because it's not really... Yeah. My hair looks so good in the video. That's crazy. I must have, like, showered recently. My hair was nice. Oh. Okay, yeah. So here, instead of doing this as fast as possible, if you do this as fast as possible, this Seeker is not going to go as far right as you want. So I just wait a little bit, and then you get a further right bonk so that this lines up. And then, yeah. This is exactly what it looks like. There's a pixel lineup. I use her hand in the blank spot on the wall. Again, make sure you reach max fall speed. Make sure you don't bonk. That is actually the big thing here. And then, yeah. Note that this refill is not aligned with the center of this gap. It's to the left a little bit. Then sometimes the Seeker is going to be like over here, and you're going to have to wait for her to go left, right. This time the Seeker was just here. You want the Seeker to get side of you, and then go right, and then go left. And then again, you want the Seeker to get side of you, go right. Sometimes the Seeker will stay here. You wait for it to respawn, make sure you don't ungrab the wall during the explosion. And then wait for it to see you, and then jump to the right. Seeker's paths kind of like, look at that, right? Look at this line. This is grid aligned. Like, Seekers are gonna move on grid. This is relevant because you want this Seeker to, like, target here instead of target here. Or here. Like, you want the Seeker to target this middle vertical column. Yeah. So yeah, wait for the Seeker to see you and then jump to the right and bonk. Climb low, but not too low here. Then, like, start climbing up as or a little after the Seeker charges at you. I think this is safe. It still surprises me that it is, but it seems to be. And then, yeah, this centers the Seeker. Then you can do a little left funk. That's fine. This, again, is so that you can, instead of doing a reverse from the corner, which is, it's so, okay, yeah. Look at this. I died. Like, if you just do this reverse like this, it's quite hard. Instead, you do a setup to go here so that you can buffer and have a pretty good trajectory and also get more speed by starting it further right. So that's what this is. A demo to not bonk. Wait, you know, it is what it is. This is grind line. Three neutrals there. Count the 3. Okay. So the thing about these is that... Okay, so look at, like, this... Look at this mass of spinners here. Like, this one, it definitely sticks out further left than, say, like this one. This one sticks out pretty far left, but this one also sticks out less far. So, visually, these look more threatening. These two look more threatening than these two do. I got distracted, sorry. But oh, I went there in this. But basically, spinners are visually offset. They will sometimes look scary and sometimes look less scary in ways. All these spinners here look more threatening on the bottom than they actually are, but they look less threatening on the top than they actually are. So, you can go up further than you might think and low less than you might think. So, like, for instance, you could die by just, like, climbing down too low. Because the hitbox of this guy is, like, there. But, like, the hitbox of the vertical one doesn't even include, like, all of that. So, basically, you can go higher than you think, but not lower than you think. So keep that in mind. Here I do that neutral from about there to have to just everything max height, put me there. And climb up maybe more than you think. This is another thing, for practice purposes, you want to do this room on entry, not respawn. Because the falling blocks and the wind will interact differently. They can fall sometimes when you are next to them going up. Okay, so when you get to that one single block, I do a right dash into this, and then a jump. What this does is it normalizes my position so that this up dash will be a 3F. Now again, this is like that one curiosity wall bounce, where the first frame is kind of hard to get, because if you don't hold right the whole way, you will be too far left to corner correct. So you really want to do this good, and then you can get 3F instead of 2F here. And this is position normalization. Yeah. These wave dashes are pretty hard. If you miss them, if you miss one, you can do it like a jump and upright, and then wall kick off of this spiked wall. But it's pretty hard to do that. And here's like the concept. You have right wind, so you want to do up demos, and you want to do them earlier than you think, because you up demo into the block, and then the right wind is going to push you right into the spring, and then you'll uncrouch into the spring. So, you also want to do this in wind springs as well. Yeah. These are all up dashes, but this one actually lines up extremely well to just do an upright demo. Like, there's so many frames that work there. Then up demo into this block for height. Now, here is a thing. Check out my thing, okay? So, wind is strong. If, for instance, I'm on the side of a block and I try to climb up it, there is a chance that it's going to do that. Now, fun fact, that's what changes on entry. This is not gonna happen on respawn. Like, if I try that again, no matter how much I try. Also, wow, this actually just looks fully different visually. You can really just see Madeline just being in a different spot. This is why you want to practice on entry, but you're never gonna be triggering blocks early on respawn. It's not a thing. It's an order of operations thing that changes with your depth. But the fact of the matter is, they do trigger early on entry. And what this means, how you get around that, is just by spamming jump a lot, so that you are further away from the wall, so that you do not trigger it and make it fall. Which is why I do what I do here. That's why I do those spam jumps up the sides. Type is kind of hard. Visual cue with like the spinners-ish. I don't exactly know what I do here, but I sure do it. Wall kick. Yeah. So this gap does line up with this wall. Like, if you just grab this wall, then you can just break the gap from there. But grabbing that wall is a little risky, which is why I repeatedly try to updash into it. Except this time I first tried it because I'm so awesome. I actually did super clean movement here. Welcome to reunification. Wow. Almost done with the map. There's like not that much to explain in Reuni. There's so many frames for that upright. This is to time this upright. This is actually a sub-pixel lineup. You want to do a 1F tap down to guarantee you're in the bottom 3/4 to never die to, Actually, what can happen is, the block triggers. Like, on your way up, the crumble block will respawn and you can trigger it. You need to skip past that pixel. So you do that on the bottom 3/4 of this pixel. Then do a wall kick away, but then a little right tap because you'll die to the spinner if you don't. And then a climb jump, just a crouch jump left. And depending on how far left you were, you want to do a left tap and a down tap in the air to account for that, so that you don't die to that spinner, but also don't die to the ground. So this is a funny obstacle. It's a lot funnier than it looks, maybe. I did 2 down taps, apparently, but yeah. That doesn't just line up, you need to do down taps. This is a pixel lineup, which I explained earlier. Air friction is lower than ground friction. In fact, check this out, okay? So, I'm going to be starting at the middle of this pixel, okay? And I'm going to do a 2F right tap. And I'm going to end up a little to the right of the middle of the next pixel. What that means is that I move more than a pixel when I do a 2F tap on the ground. So if I mess up my 1F tap, there's a possibility I skip a pixel. And for doing a thing where like 1 pixel lives and 1 pixel dies, that's kind of scary. Because then you like have to hit a 1F or you risk dying if you have bad subpixels. But you can do air taps instead. And now look at my subpixels. Now I'm to the left of the center of the next pixel. So a 2F tap in the air moves you less. Which is nice. So you want to do air taps to not accidentally overshoot. I use Madeline's foot and this dark spot and the thing as a visual cue. One time a foreground star was in the way of the visual cue here, and I don't exactly know how. But yeah. Do that and this gets 2 dashes. Fun fact, this isn't a real sideways jump through, it's a decal. There aren't modded entities, so you know, it's not an actual jump through. Make sure you don't like walk into the spikes and die and do a corner kick off the exit block. It is off the exit block. I do that turnaround. Do you want to do it safe so that, like, you know, if you go too early, you'll just still be on the top of the block. It's fine. So don't go too late because you might fall too far down. And anyways, I go to this pixel, wait for this block to move. I don't exactly know. I did wait for it to move all the way down, which is to be safe there. But then that's later than I usually waited, and this didn't line up. I don't know. And yeah, then you hit the button, and that's good news for button enjoyers all across the world. Funny thing, normally a screen transition is 40 frames. Unrelated fact, that is actually related. When you break a dash block, it will give you 3 freeze frames. Now that actually is called whenever the dash block is removed from the scene at all, which includes room transitions. So basically, a normal room transition is 40 frames, but a room transition from a room that has an unbroken dash block in it will give you 43 frames. Basically, that's relevant because you're doing buffer dashes here. The buffer timing's a little later than the average screen transition because the 3 freeze frames are right here. So going over here is to drop this block. I'm just describing the solution to the puzzle. This is subpixel manipulation. Slide against the wall, then do a full right climb jump, and then 3 neutrals, making sure to grab the wall like on the way down. And then you're going to be lined up to be on the like left third of the pixel, so that this upright demo will never kill you. It does if you don't do any normalized setup sometimes. This up dash can be buffered. So you go left a little bit and fit under this, you know. And again, this also still applies. You have 3 more freeze frames than normal on. Also, look at that. I landed Ultra. You can see it. You can see it happen. I do the down right from this bubble, and then I land on the ground here. And that's a delayed Ultra. Nice frame perfect pause, by the way. I'm cracked. Watch me hit that again. Damn it. But yeah, anyways, you have 3 more freeze frames than you think here. So, buffer jump. This next jump, I think, doesn't have to be buffered. There's a couple frames of leniency. Or maybe there's a couple frames... There's a couple frames of leniency. But either way, 2 buffered jumps sets this up, which is a funny sequence. If you miss it, you can always save it by just, like, dashing. But, like, ideally, you don't have to do that because that's another loop. Okay, but we got button hit now. That's pretty good. Now I wait for this moonblock cycle to be high, and then do a buffered demo wall bounce. That slide against the wall is like not the most necessary, but I think this up left is maybe a 6F. Buffer wall kick, you know the drill. Any tiptoe pixel here, you can do a right dash. Then now you go again another time. Just got a golf putting mat in the mail. Oh no. Unless that's unrelated. Anyway, so you don't have to drop the spring this time, so you can do a wall bounce and then do the same subpixel setup. They sent the wrong thing? That is unfortunate. Maybe you could use the golf mat as a support brace if you're like creative enough. Thank you. So that's walking in, then walking back, and then I believe you screen transition 2 frames after hypering and this lines up. You can demo here, it's safe. Then I press right, like when you're lined up with that. So you don't have to do any reaction time, because the camera's a little subpar there. Now you have perma 2 dashes, so it's time to get keys. This is buffered down, left, down, right, but make sure to release down and right before the down right ends so that you grab the side of the wall and don't, like, go into the spinner and die or climb down and die. Climb up on this block, up dash. Make sure to not press left too soon and go under the block here. Make sure to not be too far left and not make it. Oh yeah, there's a backup key. That first reuni room, I get that key as backup, and I don't exactly remember how off the top of my head, but yes, I did route this out so that this key, if I forget a key somewhere in the map, I can get this key instead, and it'll still work. Good question. Yay. Yeah, so as you can see, in conclusion, the key route is I skip 4 of them in creation, and then I skip the 1.5k ones, and I have this key as backup, the one in reuni as backup. So yeah. Wait for the moon block cycle of the top block here. Fun fact, I used to like do a right dash into this block and then jump an upright. Then I discovered you can just do 2 uprights, but I never remembered to do the 2 uprights, so I was like, fine, I'll just stick with my old strat. But I did remember to do the 2 uprights this time. So that's pretty neat. And yeah. You can go over this door. But instead of just dropping down, I go to the left so that I can see myself and it's all completely safe. It's so safe. Like, I'm playing so safe. It is, especially if it's in reuni, because, like, you don't practice reuni. It's reuni. This is a buffer sequence. Make sure that, you know, when you're inside of a spike, you can't regain your dash. That happens with side spikes too. Make sure you aren't inside those side spikes. This won't happen if you just do it on entry, but it's still worth keeping in mind. This is like a jelly climb, but slow. It is exactly what it looks like. It's fine. I can't really explain that part. It is what it is. 3 wall jumps here is usually good. If not, just like make sure you have good height. Throw when you're like level with this. It may look scary, but I don't think you can ever miss this touch switch. If you do, you can just go back. Hitting this dash switch on the down right is kind of hard to do, so I did it. It doesn't matter at all, but, you know. I think you want to press jump 12 times a second to perfectly do jump spamming corridors like this, but I did not do that good in this run, sadly. Welcome to Funny Moonberry checkpoint. This is buffered. I think all frames of the hyper work. Make sure you are holding jump here, so you have slow fall. It makes this up dash a 5F instead of a 2F. And here again, super, like everything's normalized. Do super, you hold grab and jump, and then you hold up and right, and then once you're off, you hold down and right. And you slide onto this spot, do a hyper pretty quickly, and it lines up that reform jump quite well, you know? Then I wait for this moon block to move down 5 pixels, do this, wait for it to do another full cycle. Then climb up, operate demo. Then I grab here, important grab, so that there is just lots of time, and then down left. I demo this dash so that I get close to the ceiling and I am not too low for this. And then there's I'm doing wall kicks here. I do a wall kick near the top and then hold right, and that lines up to just buffer a jump off this. Which is a little scary to just fly face first into spikes like this, but yeah. It's real. This is actually another subpixel setup. I tap into this pixel, I do a 1F tap downwards, and then you never are too high for this, ever. And spike 12 ounce. I guess, like, I never explained, like, wind. My wind. I think maybe on release it used to be impossible to get this Moonberry without dying, which is quite funny. But I do this setup and I do use dash only keys to not accidentally mess up my positioning. Yes. Yay. This is a delayed ultra. But I missed it. Yay. Welcome to point in the routine. Well, not exactly. There's one screen left. This is dash only key setup zone. I think this up dash is an 8F. I'll do it. I mean, this is exactly what it looks like. I don't really need to explain this. I did retain to it. I got to it twice. So. Yeah, normally you either have to do a death warp or return to map here, but neither. In this case, because golden block. Wow. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom before I finish this. But I feel pretty good. I don't feel exhausted explaining. Yay. Almost done. Almost done. Surely recon will not be extremely hard to explain. Boo! Did I get you? Did I get you? Did I get you? I got you. 90! 90. This is demo into bird to get more height. So, you don't die to the lightning, right? I remember. Because technically you can die to this lightning. But if you demo and do it like that, you can't. So anyways, I do this ultra into a jump into wave dash, which has never gone wrong. Just kidding. That was bad. That happened. Like, I was too far right. And I corner slipped and almost died. Good thing that only happens once. Exactly. So yeah, what? How is that there? Oh, I know where I am. Okay. Yeah, what happens there is... It's this. I did this, I was on this pixel, and then I moved to the right, moved down, and then corner corrected. Not there. Corner corrected. Or maybe it was... Yeah, these two are the relevant frames, I think. Yeah. It's a corner slip. If I was a pixel higher, I wouldn't have extended, and I wouldn't have a dash, and I probably would have died. Actually, if I was a pixel higher, I wouldn't have gotten coyote time at all, and I would have died. So, like, yeah, kind of scary, actually. Ooh. Okay, yay. Basically, don't do this. It might be worth it. Hold on. You should probably do a setup. I don't know. I lived. Whatever. This wall bounce is hard, especially because the camera. Look at the camera. The camera does this little trick. Whew. You gotta be aware of that. Technically, if you miss this wall bounce, you can live by doing a neutral around the lightning and making it up to the battle line orb, which is a little hard to do. I also did bad on this. I almost died here too. You want to not hold right after this, and like, because dying to this lightning is a real threat. Just die to this lightning. Anyways, slide against wall, bottom pixel here. Right dash, go neutral. This ultra is hard. It's again another 3-tile ultra where if you downright too soon after jumping, you can lose your speed. But so you need to get enough speed to make it over everything, which I do here. But you also have to not die to this lightning. And yeah, it's hard. This is an extremely hard ultra. And the thing is too, you want to do it like fast. You want to do this ultra pretty fast so that the fish cycles line up. Upright demo into this fish, demo fish up right here to make this fish bonk always line up. And then demo into this fish because fish, again, the explosion uses the center of Madeline. And the center of Madeline is going to be relatively higher. Or, no, okay. So, there's like, we got fish. Fish represented by a point. And then we got Madeline represented by a point. I don't know. So like, Actually, no. It goes off Madeline's center. So this is what Madeline normally looks like, and this is what she'd look like crouched, kinda. What I'm trying to say is normally Madeline's center is here, but if you demoed, her center is gonna be like down here, and it uses her center to check if it's in the semicircle range. So like, is this in the semicircle range? Well, no, it's too high, so you don't get the fish explosion. But is this in the semicircle range? Yes. Madeline is dashing from the same position, but one is crouched, one isn't crouched. The functional result of this is that demoing makes getting an explosion from fish higher possible. So it's slightly better to do demos into fish for that purpose. There is way more nuance to this. We'll get into it later. Time a left press about there in the middle of that lightning to fit in this gap. Do a right tap if necessary. Demo here. This would be bad for a fish super because you're raising the explosion radius, but you can't hit the explosion radius anyways because the lightning is so high. Hard dash. Hard dash. The screen's also hard because oh, this is a 4F. That's not that hard. I do just know the frame count though. Depending on what side you hit battle line on here, either you're gonna hit the spring first frame, or you're gonna be on the other side of her and you'll hit it like second frame, and you're gonna be higher if you do that. And if you're higher, this is just more awkward. You have to fall more. I find it harder. Isn't crouching for that fish super bad? No. I do not think so. And it's possible to go over, but it also can help you. I do not think I don't think crouching for that fish has a downside. I'm quite sure. No, you can go too high, but it does at least help. Like, see, normally you'd be right, because, like, if you raise the explosion radius, that'd be, like, kind of bad, but... Oh, yeah, I remember, it's because you're always at the same vertical height, so you're never gonna be at that pixel. Anyways. Like, there's technically one pixel where demoing makes it so... Like, hold on, check this out. The case where demoing would be bad would be the last frame, right? We can agree on that. The demoing would be bad on the last frame. However, you're always going to be at the same height here. This is the last frame you have. If you demo, you're above the explosion radius. It will never take away a frame. It can only add time. You can also technically hit the fish after your dash ends if you are good enough. Anyways, back to this. Depending on the side you hit the battle orb, there's a good or a bad side. Left side's good, right side I thought was worse. So I try to hit the battle orb at the left side here, so that you hit this spring sooner. Then this is you just do the movement, but it's kind of hard. Like, I did that dash pretty early, so I hit that spring early, so I had to do this dash earlier, but also late enough so that I made it over this lightning. So much nuance. One of the hardest rooms in the map. That, again, is also not a buffer. Like, it's a hard room. I think that down dash is 6F. Okay, but this room's chill. There was one time I died in practice to accidentally demoing the hyper and therefore not extending it. I guess, like, make sure you don't miss the double refill. Also, if you miss this, it's fine. You can just go with the jelly. Grabbing the side of the wall is a thing that can happen. Waiting a little bit can happen, but yeah. One time I died by accidentally demoing here. Don't do that. Be sure to actually down diagonal. Individual chapter timer is Viddy's toolbox. So, like, every room in Point of No Return, except for 2 of them, don't let you room transition back. This is one of the 2. You do have to go at, like, kind of the same pace every time here, but it doesn't matter, because, like, if you mess up the start, you can room transition back, which is usually not the case. So I do this movement. Fun fact, you can always buffer the jump on this Ultra because of how your height lines up. You can't jump during the last frame of a dash. But you can. So that means that there's a pretty wide range if you're doing it super close, which you are here. Basically, I mean, you can always buffer this jump. Wait, is it CCT? I thought it was Viddy's Toolbox. I'm pretty sure it's Viddy's Toolbox. There's no way that's in CCT. Demo into this bird. This is funny because, like, the visual cue for this throw is kind of just, like, a point in space. But I got good at knowing the point in space. Buffer down dash to get this going. So, you want to be on any hanging animation pixel here. I actually barely got into it. Like, I actually barely did that. If I may, out of curiosity. How close was I to not making it? Okay, well, I was a pixel away from death, but that's still, like, little scary work. Little scary work. Okay. Yeah, you want to go to any hanging pixel and then you can full jump here. Just do this like this. Make sure you climb down here, because if you are as high as possible, you're going to have less lift boost. And then when you jump at these points, there's a chance you might be too low to regrab the block, which is why you climb down, to give the block, make the block go faster. Then this right dash is like 3F or something. I don't know. Also your positioning effects when you hit the spring. I don't know, kind of weird. This is also kind of weird. I just got good at it. This buffer might be later than you think, because you still have to wait for all the dash CD from the Battle on Orb. Again, make sure that you jump before you go into normal state and grab the block and have it fall. That would be bad. Did I, like, barely... Okay, no, it is what it is. You can look at the hitboxes and see, like, it's a little lenient. Again, be sure to buffer that. Also, again, if you hit the Battle Orb on the right side, you're going to be facing left, and if you hit it on the left side, you're going to be facing right. So that's why I do a right tap there, to make sure I always do a right dash, but I release right because I don't actually want to be holding right. Then get, like, anywhere on, like, the right half of this, and then the down right makes it, you're good. The way bird throws work is it's fully just dependent. They reset your subpixels. It's fully dependent on the speed at which you enter them. Basically, doing a super lets you enter this speed at max fall speed, normal horizontal speed, so that this good CV always lines up. This used to be different on entry versus retry, but it's not anymore. That was fixed in Everest, I think. Alright, this room is quite hard, but luckily it's not that long. So basically, what you want to do is wait for this fish to start moving right, because you can hit its explosion radius. And then I upright demo into it for more height. Okay. Technically, if you miss this, it's fine, I think. You can go left. And also, if you miss this and you get boosted left, you have another chance at it as well because of this spring. But I just do an upright non-demo here because it's what works best with my brain. Do that, kind of delay that. Non-fish boost. This obstacle, I died to in a run. Shut up. So you want to just, like, I don't know, like, hit the fish, release right, and then dash, like, kind of soon, but not too soon. And then press right, but, like, after the dash ends. Like, so that, you know, it's a hard obstacle, but it is also, like, it kind of makes logical sense. Funny fact about this, so, super optimizing fish, fish have a little funny extra hitbox. Look at this. There's this hitbox. This will also explode you. This hitbox moves with the fish moving, and it goes away when the fish is at the top of its cycle. So it is optimal to time fish boost. It is optimal to time fish supers at the top of their cycle. Not only that, but reminder, if you're crouched, the range effectively moves up 2 pixels, I believe. 3? The range effectively moves up 3 pixels. So, 3? That's crazy. You do not want to demo. You want to do a regular dash at the top of the fish's cycle. And then I believe this is a 5 frame. There's a lot of fish nuance in this game. So that is what I do there. Then I do a down dash, corner cut, do a left dash to get 0.5 subpixels. Then I do a neutral super, buffer, jump, buffer, another jump, max height, wave dash to kind of line up the moonblock cycle on this screen. Again, this is a demo into this fish to make the explosion radius higher. Yeah, also demo into this jelly to pick it up a little higher. Throw it about in the middle of that refill. Wait for it to fall off of this, like a little bit, and then do a neutral climb jump, press for right. Don't demo into this fish. I think I did that in the warm-up run before the golden run. Don't do that. Then if you time it right, you should grab this jelly really early. This moon block should be pretty high up, and you should go under the moon block. Then you can throw the jelly. Not too far left because it might bonk, and that would be bad. You can throw the jelly, grab it with an up dash, and then throw it again so that you don't go into the top lightning, and then grab it again. This is a little tricky. I'm doing left taps until I need to throw it, in which I do a right tap, and then release grab, and then do left taps again. Like, it's exactly what it looks like. A little difficult, a little tricky to get down, but... And then wind here is quite fast. If you go here, the wind slows down, which is why I do that. Okay, you don't need that jelly. You can't even do anything with it. Yeah, I mean, just make sure you don't accidentally get an upwards boost on this jelly. It is what it is. This is just obstacles. This is exactly what it looks like. This is right dash, you hold right, and then you're gonna, like, throw this, the first frame because you're releasing grab, and then you're gonna buffer a demo out of it. Now this dash doesn't look crouched, that's because Marlon's doing the throw-in animation, and there isn't a crouch throw animation, so if you just looked uncrouched, but this is a demo, I promise you can see here, and then you pick that up. Funny reverse cloud super there. This is simple. You take the jelly into this room, and it's useful. When you do this upright, you want to make sure to collide with the wall, and you also want to make sure to not press jump. Because, like, after doing a bunch of Theo gameplay, what you generally start doing is holding jump to, like, slow fall. But if you press jump there, you might wall jump. Don't do that. That would be bad. That is how my 2 death became a 3 death the first time. I think. Or not the first time, but that one time. So make sure you collide with the wall so that your dash attack ends so that you don't get a boost for the jelly. And then make sure you don't accidentally press jump. And yeah. That is to let you skip this awkward going around the thing. Instead of doing a jelly climb. Was I supposed to slow fall there? I think so. It makes more sense to slow fall there, yeah. So this is one where you want to do a good feather circle. Like an optimal feather circle. Like go from up right to up left, and like not lose your speed. That's what this circle lines up for, is just doing it good. Doing it big. And then before the feather ends, you want to tap up so you get an upwards boost from it. Yeah, technically you like can do this with just one dash, but it's quite hard. This feather is so rough this far in, but you can do it. This is go far. Technically, what I do here is I do a super and then an up dash and then drift into the bird. I found this is what gets me technically slightly more distance. I also grab this a little late, which is maybe a little bit risky because it doesn't actually really help much at all. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, honestly, maybe I just don't think you should be doing that. Don't do what I did here. Do not grab this. I was probably on like the last... Don't do that. I may have noticed that too late, but don't do that. It's scary. Wow, this room looks awesome in Physics Inspector. Wow, this room looks awesome in Physics Inspector. Okay, so like... No, there was an extra frame, but still... probably... Like, it's not worth the little extra bit you get. Don't... I don't know. Because, like, you can just do this good. Unless you, like, really struggle. I guess I struggled with this before, and then there was, like, a leftover when I stopped struggling with it. Like, look at how much I make this by. It doesn't help that much. It really doesn't. So, don't do that. I actually think that's a bad strat. Let me just, like, make sure that my advice is not horrible. And you can try it for yourself and see. But, like, that was with just doing it instantly and, like... How much does it even get you? And it definitely gets you some more height. And it definitely, like, helps a little bit. I don't know. It depends on what your priorities are. I feel like my priorities have changed since I labbed this stuff. Anyways, to do this jelly vader good, I again do the thing where I put my my middle finger above my index finger and be able to press down and up at the same time. And yeah, you just want to drop it and then grab it like pretty soon after grab cooldown expires, and also like not at the bottom, and you should be good. It's a little tricky. It was actually so hard for me at first, but then I understood the art of it. I used to do jelly root as like super safe is the thing, I guess. Anyways, here's a cassette move that you don't really do. I definitely had a strat for this, normally. Let me... If I go into my strats channel, it might be in here. Yeah. Okay, so here's what you do. Here's what you do if you accidentally mess up the cycle on entry. Go on green. That apparently was the strat I came up with. And without the jelly, I do, it's actually a little tricky to have all the stamina you need. Also, the song is not at all in sync with the cassettes. Hard room, honestly. Luckily you can just skip the entirety of it. Yeah, that was my strat, apparently. But you don't have to do that because you can just take the jelly and go. Oh, it's so good, Safi. It's so good when she looks up. Make sure you don't get a boost on this upright. Technically, that can be easier to guarantee if you are crouched and do a demo. That's not what I did, though. Because you can't grab while crouched unless you're in dash state. So just don't get an upwards boost from that. That would suck, kinda. You'd miss. Bottomless. 5 jump to make that turnaround easier. Then I do a bunch of neutrals to stall for the cycle here, so it's pretty high up, so I can do that. I slide against a block, grab on the bottom 2 tiles, do a jump with slow fall like that. Then I line up like there, and I wait to see her, and then I reaction time left right drift, which is a little funny. That is what I did though. And then here you go when like this is high and when these have a gap. Then you can demo here so it's to not bonk, and then you land there, it's fine. Demo into this spring to stall more, you get more height, you hit it later, it's a win-win. Yeah. Like technically, you could set these up so that they are safe, but like playing bottomless like that would be so boring. I did forget to do this strat. This is a strat to line up for this one. Which is good because you want distance on this. And that also. Yeah. Here I use Madeline's leg and the blue spot in the Kevin as a visual cue. This is funny. So you need to hit Kevin to the right at exactly the right spot here. So you need to buffer down right, down left. If you missed that, it's like so over. Look at Madeline. She is. Then up left and then 5 up dashes for timing. And then like the jump height on this hyper is super weird to get used to. And yeah. Nuance here is that what I'm doing is a neutral climb jump into wall boost. You don't want to do the wall boost too soon because if a block is moving to the right and you're on its side and you hold right, it will pull you a pixel down every frame, which will result in like not making it over the Kevin if you go too early. So like it's not a late wall boost because then you can like miss it. It's a medium wall boost. You know what I mean? You do a medium wall boost there. There's a bunch of nuances here. Make sure that, you know, make sure you hit Kevin far enough left so that he doesn't corner correct here. Make sure you don't take too long on this down left, so that you bonk, because that's the thing that can kill you. And then, yeah. I sort of had a pixel I went for, but I was a couple pixels to the left. There's like a furthest right pixel, and then being left to it is okay. I think I was like 1 or 2 pixels further right. Further left than it. And then it's again, wait for about a 1 tile gap between you and this lightning, and then down dash, down right, down left. Then you want to go neutral after this down left. Because, like, if Kevin is too far right here... Ow! Thanks for the follow. If Kevin is too far left here, then the lightning at the top will kill you. If you just, like, hold left. So I just go neutral and then do a full jump. And then that works, too. Then you climb down, and you want to see a pixel of Madeline's hand. Also, look at the tail. It's her penis. So time this up dash like a little like before you're past this lightning. Or is it after? Is this one the before? Or no? Okay, you know what? Maybe I just have a weird in my head. This is where you actually use the Kevin pulling you down if you hold right to your advantage. It's at least what I do, personally. You hold right so that... Here, I'll just show it. I'll just show the concept. So, like, you're on the right... Okay. Let's just get there. Secretly, I might have messed up here. It's fine. You know what? Maybe it's actually fine to be late then. Crazy work. Okay, so the concept here is once you're on like a pixel, like where you can see her hand, of which there are 4, it seems. Okay. You can do an up, not a demo. I accidentally my finger. Once your dash ends, if you're holding right, you're gonna be pulled down, and you're gonna move up less than you think, and you're gonna stay on the side of the Kevin. So you're gonna have plenty of time to do good max height jumps. Which honestly is not like really what I did, but what I did works too. Yeah, make sure you make it over. Hyper. This is an ultra. If you miss it, you can just go back, as long as you don't go too far right. This wave dash I just do raw. I'm not sure if I agree with... Alright, that's probably a good idea. I didn't want to wait because I can't place this so cautiously. It'd be so boring. Yeah, anyways. There's this visual cue with Madeline's 2 feet pixels next to the 1 spike pixel. You're going to be seeing this visual cue a lot because there are a lot of hypers off of things like this. You are pretty, I believe, clearly intended to just... just do them. But that's kind of hard. How do these rooms actually play if you just do them? Like, you have to, like... Like, it's fine, but, like... I'm not about to do that in... a run. I don't know. That's so scary. Oh, but that's fun, though. Like, it is fun. But yeah, also do not do that in a golden. And then you're done with those rooms. How the wind triggers? They're pretty good, thanks for asking. I do a buffer jump here to climb jump, just in case I happen to be too low. That doesn't really happen there. This is an entry cycle for the fish bobbing around. Doing this on entry makes this fish high, which gives you more time to do a super, which again, for fish supers you want to not demo, and for high explosions off fish you do want to demo. This is a general thing. But yeah, entry cycle strat here, it is exactly what it looks like. it lines up this guy. I chose to not fish super here and instead just do a dash above the fish and bonk it later. And then do that, you know. This down left is buffered. This is not a fish priest. Also, I think you can die if you do that too late. This is a fish upright. It's kind of scary, but it's fine. Ow, thanks for the follow. For some reason, there's a spring here. I don't know why, but there's a spring beneath that spinner. I actually did the ending of this room wrong, but I don't actually remember what's right. I think what I usually do is like stall on this side until the blocks are high in their cycle, then I do the 5 jump, but I just did the 5 jump right away. Either way, that was really just fine, but... That's spring on a moon block? I don't know, let's see actually. Maybe. What the fuck is F? No, it's on a falling block. It's on a falling block. That's what F stands for. Yeah, so I wasn't really close to dying there, but I did do it not the way I would like to do it. Here, don't be too far right. Be in like the middle or slight right half to do this bunny hop. And yeah, again, here's this visual cue again. This exact pixel to hyper from. You have 1 pixel leniency on the edge. So you're not going to fall off if you accidentally 2F tap over. And yeah, first pixel it fully works. This one's funny. This block is actually off grid. It's like a dash block. But it's off grid to the point where pretty much always you're going to have to be doing a corner jump here. And then I go right down and hyper. Now, I think technically you can make it without corner jumping. And if you do that, you're going to end up triggering this left spike. Which is why I go right away. In the case of that happening. I don't know. That literally has not happened to me in the last like 300 hours of grind at least. So I don't even know. But that is what I do. And then it's the pixel again. This room. And this stuff is exactly what it looks like. Not really much more to it. It's a super, it's a wave dash, it's a wave dash, it's a wave dash, it's a left dash. Make sure that you don't... This block goes back fast, so make sure it doesn't do that. And you want to make sure to remember to actually dash left here. What the fuck? Okay, I'm kidding. So, this Battle Orb has the setting box ticked where I think it's if you're 100 pixels to the right of it. I could have just pulled that number out of my ass. Battle will advance to the next node. So you can just do that by doing a right dash here. But the thing is, there is actually a little, like a tiny concern that you need to keep in mind. Which is, I believe it is possible to be too low. It was too low. Reason for possible to be too low. Oh man, I can't believe I messed up. Okay. I actually did want to mess up. It would have been funny. I don't know how much of a danger this is. I don't think it can happen. I think I might have made that up. So I was dashing early in it for no reason. Okay. Maybe there's a different depth thing where it can happen on entry. Actually, I don't know. But either way, that's that. Here I wait for this block to be low in its moon cycle on its lowest pixel. An upright buffer jump. And then this is like a... It's upright, wait a bit, up left. And then that lines up this down right pretty well. It's an interesting diamond pattern you're moving in. Dastardly, dastardly, dastardly. It's a little weird because this is not anything buffered. It is just dash, dash, dash. But it is also pretty good. I usually land in the middle of this, then I just go, honestly, because the camera's a little weird. This refill's funny because if you are flashing red here, you'll pick up the refill and it will reset your dashes to 1. That is an interaction that happens. If you flash red with pink hair and pick up a normal refill with a 1 dash inventory, you will have 1 dash after it. So watch out for that. But even so, flashing red there, you're kind of fucked for other reasons. But basically, you can't use that refill for stamina refill. This is a lineup to make this ultra literally bufferable on every frame of the hyper jump here. Here, upright up is best. I used to do 2 up dashes because I was stupid and didn't realize upright up was better. And then here you're lining up to the pixel. And then you're lining up to the pixel again. And then you're lining up to the pixel again. And then after this, you're lining up on the pixel again. Just kidding, this one's a falling block. You want to jump at the edge of it. Remember that. Funny feather room. I really truly wish you had to collect all these, but the fact that you don't is a lot nice. Is a lot like, you know, it makes it very consistent. This is a huge gap. I just try to line up with it after a down left feather beast. Like, this would work, I just didn't react in time. It's fine, you can try this a bunch of times. Make sure that you don't fly into the spinners after collecting the feather, though. Just to demo, right? It's pretty lenient. And the wind, like, makes it so that, like, I'm going left right now, but the wind is like, no. Crouch jump here, up left, hold down and left so that you can extend the super from here, and then do that. I technically almost died here. How close is this? It wasn't that close. I guess like 1 pixel vertically, and like it was the first frame, but it's whatever. And then Coyote, like jumping Coyote for the hyper there. This is just pretty fast movement. I definitely had a backup if you missed this wall bounce. I don't remember. It was some form of wall kick. It was definitely something. I genuinely don't remember it. But you can look for it and find it. Maybe in an old VOD, or just find the strat yourself. It's fine. But you need to go all that fast because of this jelly that's been falling ever since you've entered the room. That touch switch I don't think does anything. Maybe it blocks you off. I don't know. Oh, no, it reveals the Vino. Right. This is just make sure you throw the jelly. Make sure you upright and try to grab it, like, after the cooldown for re-grabbing the jelly is out. Because if you fail to re-grab, that sucks. This song is a banger. Also, you can stand on this tile right here. This doesn't affect anything, really, but... And here, instead of doing intended, I go to the tile to the right of this block, and then, like, throw it about here-ish, and then, almost, yeah. Just that's what I do. And then, after doing this, I don't slow follow the jelly, and then I throw, like, about into this creature a little bit. And that always lines up the jelly hitting the spring. It lines up my position nicely. Here I neutral drop the jelly. The jelly, I could throw it to the right, but it kind of gets in the way sometimes. Okay, hard input right here. So this is a bubble super. I do it upright because yes, this means I can't. Well, no, this actually means different things. So if you failed this by just missing the jump, and you held right, you would dash into the lava and die. If you fail at holding upright, you dash upright and can save it by just landing back in the bubble. This also has another benefit of, if you missed it by jumping too late, you would just jump and die to this lava. But that doesn't happen if you do upright. So I do an upright super, kind of, you know? And then not only that, it's another one of those 12 to 17F jump presses here. Because if you do a full jump, you will again die to this lightning. This right demo is... Well, firstly, it's tighter than it looks because the thing about lava is, you can't dash too low. Like, here, let me show you. Like, you might be like... Actually, this is fine. Okay. Oh, but I think the thing is like, yeah. So basically, what I want to show is, you can be too low and snap down to the lava. Like, that wasn't me missing the dash there. That was me dying because I snapped down to the block, because that's the thing that happens. So that can happen, but with the vertical positioning you get from a 12F jump, that doesn't happen. Also, you have, what, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 4 frame. If you don't do this, if you don't demo, it's a 3 frame. If you do demo, it's a 4 frame, apparently. Okay. But overall, this is an extremely horrifying sequence of inputs. If you fail it, you just do that, you know, etc. Then here, make sure you come to a complete stop before doing the up dash, which lines up this jump off the lava. Bubble hyper. Demoing this does not help in any universe, so don't. And then start the wall bounce a little neutral and then press right after, you know? There's not that much explaining to do left. Almost out of there. And if you do this room at like the pace that I did it, this block is going to be high, the spring block is going to be low, you should be able to hyper to hit it. But if you ever slow down, you can like super off of it. Don't always just hyper into that spring, you know, because you might go under it sometimes. This room's called Guy because it kind of looks like there's a guy right here. Slight visual cue, get on the right side of this gap, throw one Madeline is above the jelly barrier. And then like a little bit, fall a little bit, throw from the middle. There's actually a strat I had here to jelly smuggle. Oh, here's like the worst theoretical strat idea of all time. Jelly smuggle from this room into the next room, leave it at the start of this room, and then beat this room, and then just go back, pick up the jelly, and take it the final goodbye, and skip the hard part at the start. This is the worst thing ever. It would suck so much if that existed, because you could just skip the cool ultra at the start. Luckily it doesn't, and the thing that stops that from working is anywhere you put the jelly at the start here, once you hit the wind trigger, the wind is gonna just blow it off. The jelly's just gonna... whoop. And that is what stops the worst strat of all time from existing. So. Anyways, drop the jelly at like max height. But yeah, you technically can jelly smuggle here by just like grabbing the side of this block and waiting for the jelly, and like I had a method. I do not think it is good, but you can like go over this lightning and skip this. I don't think it's worth it though, because all you need to do is just drop this at max height, and then buffer a jump here, buffer another jump, and then this kind of just lines up quite well. Make sure to enter this battle and orb on the right side so that you're facing towards the wall. Then wait for this block to be highest in its cycle, so this is lowest in its cycle. This is kind of like the wall bounce at the tutorial room in Event Horizon in the main game. And here, left tap till you're on the first tiptoe pixel. Do a neutral hyper transition, I think 3 frames after jumping, then hold left and grab. This jump off the core block is an 8 frame. Then you're here. It is kind of just do the timings, but it is worth noting that this is a 3 frame. Grab the power box, wait for it to be high, and then just jump over it. It kind of looks scary, but I don't think that ever kills you. Entry strat here, this is for cycles. This is to make the cycles the same every time. Jump, jump, up, right. And then that sets up your position pretty good. It sets up the timing pretty good to get right into it. I don't really know how much I can help you with this. It's the thing. You know. It is it's the thing. It is very much the thing. Not the last one. That's true. Yeah, this Ultra is just nuanced and difficult. You want to do it fast enough. Like, this upright very much depends on... The fish's eye is outside of its ball, by the way. The pupil. Oh yeah, by the way, you might have seen, like, someone, like, people down boost on this fish. That actually depends on the fish. Basically, I don't think it's probably not possible to do that in old 9D. That's a whole thing. It doesn't really matter. It gets float in position. The further out you go, the more likely it is for a fish to have a frame that does that. Okay, so Ultra. Ultra. You do it big. And then this upright can be, like, really precise. I think it's like a, I don't know, maybe it's a 2F most of the time? I don't know. I don't know. I think like here it was probably like a 3 to 4F. I don't know. I don't remember. Then here I do an up dash, an up demo. The demo is for height, and then I make sure to hold right after that to not fish boost, so that you're moving at unfish boosted speeds, and can do this down dash, which is roughly a 5F. Fish boost here, down right earlier than you think, because you have plenty of speed, and the speed gets multiplied by 1.2 when you land too, and you want to make sure you extend. So I do that, then I do a little right release to line me up for this. Make sure to grab pretty late. Yeah. Like, there's plenty of nuance for this. Hit the spring high. I barely hit that spring, didn't I? How long is this gonna take? Not so long, but not the best FPS. Oh, I hit that spring quite by 0.3 by 0.6 pixels. But, like, it's fine. I also did a similar thing on this one, where I hit it later than I would. I hit it only after I moved left a couple frames. This is generally weird. But yeah, so 2 down lefts, with the second one being buffered, should always work to stall there, I believe. As long as you hit the spring on top. I got 90 golden, by the way. What the fuck? The timing at which you do... Okay, so here's the thing, right? This block, its timing is pretty important. And the timing at which you do, like, everything here affects that. I do this roughly the same every time. I do 3 jumps here, and then I wait a little bit. Not too long, but not too short, and then do a right dash. Also, make sure to not demo this, because then you can die to this lightning, but if you don't demo it, you can't die to this lightning. Okay? And you're gonna time this down right, obviously relative to where this block is. Oh god, wait, how was that? I didn't even notice. Was that close? It didn't feel close, it felt pretty good. But I think it was really close actually. Ooh. Yeah. Now that was close. I really just had like blessings. I don't know. I got lucky. I don't know. I don't know. Super good of all the times I was 1 up away from death. Oh, but like genuinely though, that's actually such a cool idea, but also would suck to analyze. This is one of them though, I would say. I think if I downrate 1 frame sooner, I don't make it. That might not necessarily be true. I don't know. Either way, pretty close. Make sure you're not too far left so that the recoil from throwing pushes you into the lightning. That would suck. Full jump, you know, do this at like the same speed. I kind of fast fell a little weird, but it's fine. Spinners spin, make a golden submittable. Does that affect the hitboxes? That's one of the best. Skirted. Nope. Okay. So you want to wait for this moonblock to be as high as possible, and then you want to throw it and dash. Not super low, but like a little low. So that works. Thing about this is that you're going to be corner correcting, meaning you're going to push the moonblock up. This jump press is a little later than you think, so don't go early on the jump press. It's also a little later than you think, because again, you're in the throwing animation, so it looks like Madeline's uncrouched, but Madeline is not uncrouched. So all of that leads to making you press jump maybe a little too early sometimes. Demo buffer, by the way, at max height, and you don't die to this lightning. But yeah, so make sure you don't press it too soon. But also make sure you don't press it too late, because like you can also die to the top. Or just to not wall bouncing. Yeah. So anyways, go through these circles. Here you're gonna see these two aren't matching in color. These two are matching in color. You want to go after the ones that aren't matching in color pass. Same thing here. These two aren't matching in color. These are. You want to go after those. That is the cue for that one. Then hit this spring a little like after this guy goes up, you know. If you miss this, you can do like a hit spring throw and then up dash or something. It is what it is. My nerves were not too insane in this room. Here I waited like an extra cycle longer than I should have. You should be going when there's a good gap. Like here. You should go here. But instead I went on the next one here, and this like kind of almost got me, and it was a little scary, but like not really. I just went on the wrong cycle here. I did that because I thought this cycle was safer than it was. I thought like there were like 2 solid cycles, but it's kind of like 1 solid cycle and 1 kind of scary one. These stars go pretty fast, so watch out. Drop this after this guy is settled into his spot there. Bang. There is a no-wind trigger. Look at the wind. Look at how the wind stops. There's a no-wind trigger followed by an upwind trigger here. That is why I do a little stop there. Don't let it throw you off. It's a little trick. One of Monica's mini tricks. Up her sleeves. Ow. What the fuck? I just like squeezed my leg for no reason and it hurt because that was my injection site. You don't need any of these, just like go, but like not as soon as possible. I hold jump and grab from here. and don't let go. Ideally, this guy's gonna be on a high cycle, which is dependent on this, but like, you know, just like stall or not stall to get this as high as possible. You're holding jump and grab, so you have slow fall, and then, yeah. Like, you can dash too soon so that your dash ends before this jelly. Don't do that. Absolutely do not grab this jelly. You use this jelly for the skip. Oh, and then I release jump. Yeah, I release, like, everything. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You can, like, die to lots of things here. You want to make sure you don't. Also, if you dash too soon here, I think you can pick this up and it can die to this jelly barrier. I'm pretty sure that's a true if you're unlucky. Also, this jelly can die similarly if you're too high, so make sure you dash late enough here so that you don't do that. Yeah, there's not like any crazy tech. I'm just like describing cycles in my strats, really. This thing is off screen kinda, but you just know it's like centered with, you know, that tile and that tile. It's just there. Wait for this block to go low and then wall kick. Do that. Wait for it to go on its lowest pixel again, which again is 8 pixels down. Then upright, and then this will be lined up to just grab this wall nicely. Don't miss the spring. Like, I wasn't really close to doing it, but, you know, don't miss the spring. I go over and touch the camera trigger, then hyper. Wall kick here to just line this up, you know. It's pretty simple stuff, honestly. These jumps are for moon cycle. I almost didn't grab this, but that's okay, because if you fail, there is this house in the background. You can line up with that, and then you will land somewhere. Yeah, you'll land here. Line up with the house and you'll land here. That was what my backup was. Yeah, don't pull this block down too much, you know. It is what it is. Here's the same thing again from the end of exploration. Do a down dash so that the block is too busy going down that it can't go right and give you negative lift fees for the reverse wave dash hyper. And then, yeah. The whole point of going over here is there is an upwind trigger here. You get upwind. And you go over. That sounds like it'd be pretty boring unless it's really good 0 meter stuff. Yeah. You can pick up this jelly and fly to the end. There's definitely other skips, but they are harder. They mostly involve like back boosting with a jelly and having it land on a block. It is worth noting, there's a huge invisible wall beneath this that you can't go. So you have to go over this block. I love reflection maps. But it's only... No! No! So yeah, there is a... For speedrun purposes... You can do this. I don't think this strat is at all optimal for speedrunning, but you can do this and then fall down here. I've never actually done this. But, yeah, world's best speed strat of all time. But, as a consequence, this skip has this camera trigger. which is, yeah, you know, if you've seen, you know, you can go over here, touch this camera trigger, and then fly down a bit, and then you're off screen. Wait a bit, just so everything properly settles, and then you're off screen and can just hold right, and you don't die. So that's that thing that you can do. Then you're at the Golden Rims. In a fucking Golden Run from the start of the map. Holy shit. No, like I literally got 90 Golden. Like, can you fucking believe that shit? What the fuck? I remember, right? I think I was like convincing myself that these rooms were calming even though they so weren't. They're just like, wow, it's so calming in here. I line up like about here, I dash about there. Just so like I'm not ever hitting that, but I am far enough to hit this. No need to fish boost. I can't. Holy fuck. Okay, anyways. I jump at the bino and I throw halfway between the platform and that. Wait for this to move up a little bit and then do this. There's this first, I guess not really. You just line up on this pixel, which I use the hand in that spot in the wall as a visual cue. And then just, I wait for this block. That's all those dashes. I wait for this block to be low in its cycle. And then I do dash only key up. And what this does is it makes it so that I can just jump and make it past here. And then this is also going to be as low as possible. So go here, throw this jelly one Madeline is like level with this spinner. And yeah, there's plenty of room for error there. I mean, it's like, this is more gameplay where it's like, you can see what I'm doing. Not that complicated. But yeah, you gotta do these jelly videos good, but if you don't do good enough, you can back it up, which is what I did. I actually did do them good enough, but, you know, scary. I don't know what intended is here. It's definitely something. There's definitely a conveyor and the core block and a refill. There's definitely game items. God, if you had to do all intended. If you couldn't smuggle this jelly, it'd be fucked. But yeah, I mean, you can see what I'm doing. I really don't need to just say everything. Like, middle of this block, throw the jelly. Like, yeah. At the end of this screen, there's something similar to that one room, Edge of the Universe, I believe, maybe 4. I think I'm entirely wrong, but it's the one where you throw it against the wall. Make sure you collide with the wall before grabbing it. Also, make sure that you do not press jump, and then jelly climb. Now you're in here with the jelly. Here again, reminder, where you have to debug to get here, because it's impossible, because no one's ever going to get 90 golden, okay? So yeah, let her eat the wires. Cat want wire. Cat wire treat. Just throw the jelly from like the corner and it'll line up there. Make sure you don't get an upwards boost when grabbing this. Yeah, you know, it's whatever. That's true. The fact that there's no Theo gameplay in the map, and then this is just a Theo checkpoint is crazy. Unfortunately, you do not have to really use Theo, but the jelly's name is Theo. Anyways, yeah, do this lineup. This is like the scariest room that is not final golden room. You kind of just gotta do it. You do have plenty of time for this grab and jump. It's not tight at all. I can't believe I did 90 golden. I need to like put that in like my Twitch panels. And here I wait for the spinners to have a different pattern, then I neutral drop and fall through. Wait for it, you know. I used to fast fall, but I decided that was not worth it. A little too risky. So, I guess I haven't explained this, but when there's a room with Theo, generally you need Theo to have either exited the screen on the right or to be carrying Theo. No, I did, but I want to put it in there more, you know? Like, actually have, like, a panel for it. Like, it is deserved of its own panel. You know what I mean? Like, I want to actually have it, like, refined and good looking, instead of a sentence I did one time. But it doesn't actually check if you're holding Theo, it checks if you're just holding any holdable at all. Which is why you can room transition here. However, you may notice something. Here's Theo. When you room transition, Theo will teleport horizontally over to the room. Like, that is a thing. And if Theo is below a screen when you room transition, then if Theo ever is, like, you know, below a screen, he's gonna die. Theo will die. So, if you room transition when Theo is below the room transition like this, he's gonna die and the game is gonna crash because it's not, you're not supposed to die during the room transition. But that happens. So the game crashes, which is why you raise Theo up here. That's why... Well, I jumped to the right to get this block to spawn, and then I raised Theo to the height of the room so that you do not die on the room transition, and the game does not crash. Then just throw this jelly to the right. Throw Theo and then do 2 right dashes and then climb up. But don't buffer it fully, because if you buffer it fully, Theo will be on top of the gold block. You actually want to wait a little bit so that Theo is either inside of it or below it. There's another golden block beneath it. You can't see it, but there's a golden block off screen. So you have to just catch Theo. And you might be like, why are you going back? Why aren't you just like... You could... God damn it, dude. Like, you'd think maybe you could just... I don't have to... You could just room transition here, but you can't because your Theo is too low if he's down here. Somehow. I don't actually know. How is that too low? Hold on. Oh, you can use Goober Helper to make golden blocks always appear, by the way. That's why I have... I'm curious about this now. So, like, he's really too low. Like, you die here? Like, this does crash. I'm pretty certain this crashes. But, like, just why? Oh, because he teleports, then he falls down. That's what happens. So, yeah, you don't want that to happen. What is intended? Bring Theo. I don't know what's intended. I mean, there's always, like, so many things intended, you know? Like, it's a vanilla map. It's a Monica D side. There's a bunch of intended things. I don't exactly know what intended is. But yeah, you have to go back a room. And because you have to go back to this room, you have to go back to the start of the room and raise Theo again. So it's a bunch of backtracking to make sure Theo does not die. And then you're in final. I'm gonna put on in-game music for this one. So I press down during the room transition, this drops the jelly the first frame, then I buffer jump, but make sure to not fast fall because otherwise you won't land on this ledge. Wait a little bit before doing a hyper here to make the cycles line up good. These turnarounds are just hard, especially the first one. But yeah, anyways, wait for this to be like vertical and then jump. And then you can do this. This lines up quite well. 3 bounces on the spring. Yeah. Throwing Theo high enough here is actually quite scary. Like, it's possible to bonk there. That was an issue, like, at first, but then it stopped being an issue, and I just got better at the timing. He can either land on top of this block or beside it. If he lands on top of it, you're just gonna have to wait for him to fall down before you hit the Kevin. Make sure, yeah, I don't go too fast. Like, do climbing up, not climb jumps. Yeah, these are core block jumps. If you're not gonna make them, you can do neutrals on the side of the next core block. They're Theo about 1 tile to the right of this block. Then, yeah. Then I line up on this specific pixel usually if I can. Wait for this power box to be up high, and then jump, and then buffer right dash, and then hit the spring again. You know, in theory, you're supposed to take 2 dashes throughout this whole screen, and I don't exactly know how you do that, and that's like the most fucked thing ever for a golden room. So like, you're supposed to do something like along like these lines. No, come here. Something like that. And then you can do this. This is intended. And then you can go back and get Theo. This is about what intended looks like. And now you have 2 dashes here. I actually never did that before. So I guess what that means, if I had to sight read this golden room, I'd be fine. Okay. Lol. Anyways. Luckily you do not have to do that, because you can just, I mean, if you did have to do that, that would honestly be so sick. Yeah. Like, the fact that the gate's hitbox looks like that in the first place. Yeah, it's really something. But yeah, luckily it's, like, not that hard. It would be so fucked if it was. God, if you had to do full intended here, like, if you didn't have to, like, the demo is an option. Go on pink here. Again, I say it out loud, because if I don't say it out loud, I might lose track of it. Demo, just in case you accidentally do buffer, you have more height. You don't want to buffer. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. What happened there is, again, the same thing in point of no return, except this time I didn't do a coyote jump, I did a corner kick. It would have been fine if I did a coyote jump too, but, like, holy fuck, you know? This is scary. If I didn't happen to land on the pixel above the block, I wouldn't have extended, and that would have been bad. I would have died. It's actually terrifying. Yeah, I, like, inaudibly gasped. But this is another max height demo. That I dashed kind of really late on, honestly. Like, here. Yeah, that's crazy work. Oh, here's the funny. Look at these 2 consecutive frames. This and then this. Like, we're really doing that. Crazy stuff. But then there is this demo, which I believe I did on the last frame as well. No, actually, I did have an extra frame. Okay, so it was on the second last frame. Cool. Actually, maybe? Wait, no. Do you live that? Either way, one extra frame. You have a recording of your voice when I was somewhere at this chat point, so you could probably edit together your reaction? That'd be cool. I'd like to see that. So yeah, that was terrifying. But this is a max height demo. If you don't do a max height demo, there's like this obstacle, which is just fucked. Like, it may not look that fucked, but it is more fucked than it looks. Pink, blue, pink, blue, pink. Let's just try it. Blue, pink, blue. So like what I did there was I think a 2F or a 1F. Doing like... Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you know what? You have a bunch of frames to do that. But like, do you really? Okay, you know what? This is less horrifically evil than I thought it was. But it's still horrifically evil. And I do not have to do it because the demo is easier, but I did also almost mess it up, so fuck. This hyper bunny hop is scary. I stay on the left tile of this block, and you do it with the demo button, okay? You do not want to do this hyper with holding down right, because the thing about that is if... Okay, so here. The concept is, if you're holding down right, and this block disappears beneath you, which is not unlikely, and then you try to hyper, you're gonna super, because you're crouched, and if you're crouched and you start to dash, you uncrouch. So, it's not gonna be a hyper. You can get around that by not holding down so that you're not crouched. So even if the block does go out under you, you can demo hyper. I messed up my inputs there, but yeah. And then the timing on this is like weird. It was like earlier than I thought. Rarely you can get a cassette boost on the jump there, which is just funny. Yeah, scary shit. Make sure to keep track of the color. This is a pixel perfect gap, so again I'm going to be doing air 1F taps. I use Madeline's foot as a visual cue, or her leg, hiding all the leg behind that spinner. Then go on pink. So here is where I do a wave dash, and then I release directions, and then press right, so that I have less speed. And going into this with less speed, how much speed exactly? Like 140? It gives you more time to do the wall bounce. The thing about this wall bounce... No, you don't have to release down at a good time. Holding down does not really affect anything. I guess unless you mean like here. I don't know. I don't know what you mean, actually. Yeah, that looks scary. Damn. The thing about this wall bounce is, if normally you have a bunch of wall bounce leniency on the side of a block, you can do a wall bounce from pretty far away from the block. Let's try that and see what happens. So like if you do this wall bounce from like in wall bounce, you can see, look, I'm able to wall bounce. We're all good. No. That spinner is legitimately evil. Yeah. It depends on like if you corner correct, you'll always live. If you're on the exact pixel, you'll always live. If you are to the right, it depends like vertically on when you jump. And there's not that much. Basically, this wall bounce is so hard. It's tighter than the normal wall bounce, and you have to like control your speed by releasing directions and stuff. Like it's fuck. It's fuck shit. It's some real fuck shit, but I did it. And again, this wave dash setup, it's kind of nice. There's a golden detach trigger here. Gotta pick it up. I thought that golden detach trigger would hit like crazy, but it didn't. And then I go to the first tiptoe pixel here. There's actually like 6 pixels to give you the same result, but I go to the first one. Do a non-instant hyper here. Press left. Okay. So the thing about this, right, is you want to hit this spring normalized. If you corner correct hitting the spring, the following will always work. Hold fast fall and down, buffer a jump, release it, like it's a 12 to 17 F jump press, no slow fall, and then release fast fall. And then you'll always grab this wall. That will always work if you corner correct to hit the spring. However, I corner corrected to hit the spring by 0.12 pixels. Woo! I corner corrected by 0.12 pixels. And if I didn't do that, if I was 0.12 pixels further right, I probably would have died. In fact, yeah, it really didn't look like it, Zephy. It scared me too, but I just had to have faith. Literally, like, earlier... What day did I get it? Where is it? What? Where is it? Did I move it somewhere? Oh no, it's this one. Right, it was the 20... It got it 23rd, but... If we look at, like, the start of my stream, I'm doing a point of no return to end run. This is deathless. This is deathless from point of no return. Okay? Now watch. Watch it what happens here. Earlier in the day. Is that. So, I was like extra scared going into this obstacle. I thought I might have messed up again, but what happened here is, it's been so long since I messed it up, that when I did mess it up, I really didn't know how to save it. And like I kind of just panicked and I did the exact like wrong thing. I held jump for too long. I kind of just froze up. That's not what you want to do. You still want to be doing a 12F jump. You just want to do like a little release or like left tap to maybe give you some more time, I believe. Or, I'm not actually sure. I don't fucking remember. But I died to this earlier. So the fact that I almost did that again, but didn't by 0.12 pixels. How much I missed this corner correct by? Oh, like over a pixel, I think. Maybe? Or maybe just... I don't have the physics inspector recording on hand. Wait, actually? Wait. No, I literally do. I look at it in the VOD. By point... Oh, no, by 1.2. Yeah. Wait, 1.2? That's like 0.12, but different. Yeah. If I didn't corner correct here, I would have hit the spring higher. And then as a result of being higher, I would like fall an extra frame here. I'd jump a frame later, so they'd be like more down. I don't know. You might still live? I might have still lived. I'm not certain. I don't remember the requirements for this. So, I don't know. Maybe I still live. Because, like, it doesn't instantly fail if you don't corner correct. It just, like, can. I don't know. This is information that has left my mind. I knew it at some point. But, yeah. To do that, buffer 12 left jump. Jump over the side, do a full jump here to line up for this. This is a demo, but instead of being a, like, pixel perfect max height demo, it is nerfed in 1 pixel, both down and up. The up nerf doesn't affect you, but the down nerf makes it, so that it is like a bajillion frame. So just max height, right demo, and then a scream. And then you got 90 golden. And then that's 90 golden. I think I did it. I explained it. It only took like 9 hours. Make sure to scream. You have to scream. Yell, okay? Now, funny thing, this is the chapter end trigger. Technically, you can die here if you just like walk into it. Actually, if you're like really fucking stupid, you can okay, you know what? It's fine. You can die there, technically. That's why I hyper into it. Also, here's another thing to note. You got this Mario block. This Mario block is for the a heart in main game. And it stops working after you collect the heart. So what it does is it checks if there's a heart in the room for it to work. And you might be like, there's no heart in the room, but this one works. There is a heart in the room, it's just over here. So that's a fun 9D fact. It's technically collectible by building up speed and like dropping the jelly here, I believe. But I'm not actually certain. It's like barely sub 10 explanation. if it is. So, yeah, I did it, I believe. Is there anything else I wanted to explain? Well, I mean, like, there's definitely things I can talk about. Like, for instance, here. Yeah, there's room names. I goldened the checkpoints that have all their rooms named. There's only 4 of those, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Creation was 1 room off, but it never got there, unfortunately. The physics inspector file is 351,652 frames, or like 500,000 counting the breaks or something like that. Whatever. Yeah, 600,000. Like 592.9 kiloframes. This looks funny in Physics Inspector. I'm curious, how does this look? If I just lock in. Let's go. 90 golden. This is not 100% speed. Wow. I think if I speed it up, it's not going to go any faster. No. It's just because it's too much to do. It's too hard. Poor physics inspector cannot handle it. Oh, this looks so weird. I like how the camera doesn't follow along, so you just have to like... Wait, but genuinely doing this in trust is like actually an idea. I'm a genius. Okay, hold on. I am the smartest. Look, you can see what happened in trust. You can see trust. Where is this? This is oh, not even anywhere. Accidentally thought of a really good idea. Okay, this is depression. This is maybe the end of depression. Yes. Check it out. Here's what happened in trust. It's so slow. I think it's because this room is big. Surely it speeds up. Lock in. This. Oh no, I suck. I'm trash. The stationary frames aren't counted. Wait, hold on. I think you can like change that. Show. Or wait, is it? You know, I don't know. This is what this is what trust looks like. This was such a good idea. Ah! What? This is exciting gameplay. Wow. Oh, this is so stupid. It actually does focus. I don't need to do the dragging myself. This is what they don't want you to see. Okay, you can start seeing about now. That was funny. That was a good bit. Yeah, I think I'm done. I think I have explained all that I want to explain. And I made the whole point system, which was stupid and unbalanced. The way the points work... Yes, I'm recapping the points. I don't know. I could talk about the grind. Like, I don't know. It's like a different thing. Points. Basically, it modified by these two values. There's a base value that is modified by these two values. And it gets exponentially less each like early entry you get, but it gets exponentially more each late entry you get. So for instance, if I have another final goodbye entry, that's 3 million. Another, that's 7 million. That's 14 million. That's 26 million. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. It's a whole different game you're playing if you're optimizing for 90 points. Okay. Yeah, 22 summon entries. Yeah, I don't know. I could talk about my my feelings during the run, but that's like beyond the scope of what I just did. I explained all the technical stuff. It took like 9 to 10 hours. This should be up on my alt maybe tonight or tomorrow. Fun stuff. Okay. Yay. 90 golden has been explained. Do you want to play marbles? I'll get back to like playing actual Celeste like tomorrow if I stream tomorrow, which I should. I'm free, by the way. In more ways than you know. Happy December. Let's play marbles. Yeah, I think I want some more time to fix the wheel. There's 5 bitches on the wheel this time. It's crazy stuff. Switch it. Oh yeah, I can switch it back to Snackling. Right. Secret lore that no one knew is that I asked Safi to change it from Snackling because Snackling Summit has different physics. But now it can be back because I'm not doing 90 anymore. So it doesn't matter if like I get slightly thrown off by different physics. Yay! Thanks for the raid paper. I hope you had a good stream. Okay, let's like do like an actually good map. Like what if we do like actually good maps? You know? How about like this? We just do like 3 actually good maps. You hate good maps, you want slop? Okay, how about 3 maps that are good, and then we go to the community and add like a map that is like pretty long. Add like one of these, and then add that. Does this work or does it? Oh yeah. Okay. So oh no. It's 35 minutes. Is this what we wanted? It has 7. 7. 7. Alright, you know what? Let's do this. This might be like the best Grand Prix of all time. Look, it's literally a guy. Exclamation mark play and chat. Here, you have 45 seconds to join. The way this works is like at the end, your placements in all the races, it gets like you get a score. Most score wins. Yeah. That was cool. I feel like that's good educational Celeste material. I feel like you could learn from this. 10 seconds. Join or die. Yay. Yippee. That's messed up. No gay balls. I can't believe the map was 35 minutes. That's so fucked up. Like, I did make it to be, like, longer than 12 minutes, but still, 35? Mizuki is in first. Nice camera. I love photography. Did you know this? I like photos. Whoa. It's bouncy. Okay, that kind of goes crazy. This kind of goes crazy. This kind of goes crazy. I'm watching you in particular. You're kind of getting absolutely demolished. You were in first. Okay. Me? Oh, but it's kind of like, it's a lie. Oh, wow. You're so first. Okay, well, you're kind of gaming. You kind of... Okay, never mind. You're good. so there's like different, you could go different ways. Wow. Dude, I'm like tired. I don't know if the 35 map, it's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Holy. Clean. Is that it? You won. Paper has reached level 1 and I don't know what that means. But... Good job, yay. Yay. Wait, hold on, actually? No one else is there yet. You kinda actually did crazy. Surely, like, anyone else wins, right? Okay, yeah, paper is looking winner. Looking pretty winner today. Ah! 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 Okay, but like, watch out. Okay, that's... Wait, me! Me! Yay! Let's go, Samara. Tree is burning. Many such cases. Alright, what one are we getting? Okay, so it's last. I'm pretty sure. It's going to write play. To play. Talia has the chat world record at 350. 350? What happened? What took so long? Why is that the best anyone's ever done in my chat? Okay. Does it depend on like where you land? I don't know. Let's see. Surely this time you stay in first. You okay. So like goeies. You see. Splat. 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 I'm first! It's whoever's closest to the center, I think. Wait, how am I first? I'm not even... I won! Oh, is that me? No, that... How am I first? Okay, I don't get it. But I won. I'm just better than y'all. Oh, you see that one. Exclamation mark play to play. That is stretched. That is so oval. Okay, but what did happen? Like, cause, okay, we can see now the map only ends when everyone, like, splats onto it. What took so long? Why was the previous time 3 minutes 50 seconds? Nice one, Grimmy. Last second. Ah! Ah! Look, it's the song. The song's nice. It makes me feel like I am not in a real place. Oh, jeez. Watch out. You died. Watch out. Watch out. I'm watching out better than y'all. Okay, how y'all suck. But you gotta watch out and not die, okay. I went backwards! Okay. It's over for me. Hello, QAZ. Well, it's just... This is funny. It feels like it's getting more and more impossible by the second. It's... Holy! Lock in. It scared me. It scared me. It's scaring me. I'm scared. Holy, that's crazy. Crazy play. Crazy play. Okay, you're actually kind of crazy with it, alright. You're just far ahead of everyone else. Surely this will stay. You're going the wrong way, though. Alright, you've been passed up. Hello, Samira. Aw. Yuri. Tragic Yuri. Why did 4 people, like, die immediately, by the way? What was up with that? Why did Samira die? What happened? This is such an ordeal with 17 people, I'm noticing. I think this map is not meant for 17 people. Okay, but like the official maps are actually kind of like solid. Though this is a little... Like, it has gone on for 3 minutes now. I don't know. I feel like... Yeah! Log in! Watch it. It's the bit. It happens. It happens. Oh shit. Oh shit. No. No! Really? Kitty console. Is in the lead. Sorry. Maybe the 35-minute race isn't so long after all. Alex! It's going the wrong way. La 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 la. What if I win? What if after all of this I win? Me and Sleesh. Me. I'm better. I'm better. I'm worse. Fuck. Sakisi wins. Crazy work. Okay, but who else makes it? Not Cat. Spawn. Now everyone's making it. Did it like stop firing stuff because someone won? Watch out for the explosive. How the mighty have fallen. Look at you back here. Okay, but like if you finish, you will be in like the top half, so not bad. Bullied you. The rabbit and the tortoise. Are we ready for whatever this is? Woo! Escalation by play in chat. Yeah! Woo! This is what you wanted. This is good. This is what you wanted. Chat, this is what you wanted to play. It's like Longest Dirt Road if it wasn't interesting at all, maybe. Unless you can die, I don't know. Like, it's 35 minutes! It's probably gonna take longer! Like, this is the worst ever. Hey, good luck. Yeah, it's really good. I do post that, Cat. I like how you're, like, below stuff, too. Like, you can't even see inside. What are you doing? Oh. Why is it doing that? What? Me in first. I'm literally just the best there ever was. Ignore you. This is not entertaining at all. You can't even look inside of the balls. They made it not see-through. Like, I feel like for 19 people, this is gonna take like an hour. This is horrible. This is like the worst thing ever. But this is... we gotta stick to the end to see who wins the Grand Prix. I don't think there are portals. I actually don't think there are any elements that make this interesting at all in any way. So, you know, that... the Grand Prix... it's so grand, honestly. Alright, first. Lock in. It's purposely as bad as possible. By Dudinator. I hardly know it. Okay, you're kind of gaming. How long can we keep this interesting, chat? How long until, like, this, like, stops being anything? Oh god, speaking of nails, this nail's just been kind of, like, destroying itself. I don't know. My other nails don't look like that. This one is, like, all tiny because it keeps chipping. Not so nice. I was kind of out to a convincing lead here, you gotta admit. I don't think I did. Puts me upside down. I can't do that, never mind. The rotation thing is off screen. 3 exciting minutes have almost passed, which is almost a 10th. See, we can be optimistic here. How have you been first for so long? You would think that wouldn't happen. Alex, me, you're kind of back here. That's tragic. You'll make a comeback, though, I believe. So what does a ball look like? But what is a ball? Has a bunch of these things inside of it, and does this even come through at all? I mean, it is the classic ball structures. Soiled it. Straight up soiling it. And by it, My soil. I shan't say. I shan't. Me! Yay! I love me. This is really fitting music for this Marbles gameplay right now. Ah! Can you lock in? Okay, well that's not good. It is possible to fall. It's looking like we're about to reach the first different obstacle, and this one's a real banger. They're calling it the endless staircase, but actually we found the end. They're calling it the endful staircase. Skisi has made it. This is what it's all about. That's right. Wow, there's a 5-way tie between Cat, Soilet, Safi, me, and Grimmy. How is there a 5-way tie? Like, genuinely, how does that happen? The Kitty Council, Aurora, and Samara are not so far behind. It's anyone's game! Item showcase. You're so right. It's been so long since I've item showcased. I have an item I can showcase. But I will not change scenes because this is too exciting and must be shown. I have this ice cube over here. It's kind of been melting off stream. Just kidding. It's not actually an ice cube. It's like a plastic cube thing, but it kind of looks like a... Here, we can change scenes like a little bit, okay? Look at it. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know how I got it, but I do know that I have it. It's my mystical cube. And it will... This might be why I got 90 golden, honestly. Those cute shorts. That's true. That's a good item showcase idea. Death too? Someone else died? Who died? Alright, we need to figure out who died. Did you see it? Who died? I looked for 1 second. Alex me died? You were last and then you died? Like, I was expecting, like, maybe a comeback arc, but no, just, like... crazy work. Not your day. I understand it. I get it. Oh, but it is not long until the second bout of balls occurs, and this one... Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 balls in the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 balls in the second. It is the exact same thing again. The next set of stairs looks longer though. And let's take a little peek. Let's take a little sneak peek at what we have ahead. These stairs are much more exciting than the last. So then you have oh, it's the best one! So it's a bunch of these. These are so slow. There's like 10 of these. And then you fall down these, which are honestly like not that slow, but I feel like there's a risk of... Wait, no, you fall down the center. Okay, so you just do that like 30 times and then you win. Lock in! Longest map he's beaten? That 2-hour one, like forever ago, years ago. There's literally a video. I made a Marbles highlights video years ago. It was such a good map. It was genuinely such a good map. This map is allegedly 35 minutes, but that's the world record. There is, like, we have less people. We do not have that many people. We got 17 people. We got 7 people. Wow, aren't you just so excited to enter the balls? They're just so spinny and fast and exciting. Okay, but why is it all wibbly like this? What actually are we doing? Take a look. I fuck with Peggle. I fuck with Peggle. I fuck with Peggle. There's one day I was like not feeling up to play in 90, so I played Peggle and then quit. I think I was sick. I don't remember. Of course, of course. PopCap games were great. Wow, it really sounds like there's a Celeste move block in the background of this song. Skisi navigating the ball with skill and prowess and beauteous and beautiful, magical. Us, the 5. They're calling me the never mind. The thing about Marvel's map making is that you need like money. That's like, it's a free game. That's how they make their money. You have to like get points and then you can buy items and like things and stuff. Like there's so many things that low tier maps just don't use. I'm pretty sure. I've never tried it, but I'm like quite certain that is a thing. It's anyone's game except for the 2 people who died. Cat in first. Cat will definitely not die to a random unforeseen event that is unfortunate. You need, like, money or points by playing the game a lot, probably. But, like, you do not get many points. Unless you do it, and you just need to, like, actually grind it. Zappy. Zappy. Whoa! That was an expert ball. Give me... Ah, wait. Sleesh, bye! That's unfortunate. Yeah, me too. This might be the best thing ever. It's probably just having a bunch of speed and then, whew, or something. Flying out. We're like halfway through the balls. We're like 40% of the way through the balls. We more gambling? That's right, that's right. Good idea. Name color of winner. Or like winner chooses. I could do the winner choose redeem. I've never done a winner choose redeem. Alright, we're doing winner chooses outcome. You wanna chew? You can chew. You can do it. It's literally Tuesday. Okay, winner chooses outcome. I started the prediction. Wait, I gave you 30 seconds? Okay, hold on. No. We're doing that for longer than 30 seconds. You get a 10 minutes. Okay, you have 10 minutes to predict. And whoever wins can pick the option to win. Assuming the winner's still in chat. If not, I guess it goes to second place. Shh, cat. It's a secret. It's a fucking secret, okay? Don't just say that in chat. Yay! What? Let cat go balls. Bye, Grimmy. Nice knowing you. Me! Yay! I like how it just kills people, like, extremely unoften. I'm kinda awesome. I got 90 golden, by the way. Can you believe that? What do I do? Like, what do I do now? I do want to try 90 in reverse. That sounds like a fun... Samara, goodbye. I've never, like, caught anyone dying, but, like, I feel like it's kind of hard to do that. 14 remain. Am I gonna finish 6 Grim? Probably, yeah. Not next stream, though, I would imagine. Who's gonna enter first? This is insanely impactful. Me or Safi, or some secret third option. It was both of us. We're tied going into the... I kind of forgot about, like, the pegs. Not wanting the golden. It has a mid-level water by it, and I just don't want it. But I definitely could. I just wasn't in the mood for water bite last time. This is in sync with the music? It's in sync with the music. It is just, like, perfectly in sync with the music. Okay, it's definitely getting a little offset slowed. That didn't help. That's true. Splowan has died. 13 remain. You can't lose it all again. That's right, you can't lose it twice in a row. You're gonna win this time. You're gonna win big. Sorry. Still in the balls. You're in the ball with Mizuki, Mana, Command Frog, and Mason spinning together. Oh, it's 200k? Nice. That's a lot. Being a freak on the internet is so fun. Yeah. Those who know. Wow. We're really walking up these stairs. Hey Kira, I did have a nice stream. I finished explaining the map. And I'm excited to have that uploaded because it's actually going to be like my longest actual video. No, but the thing is, like, the winner picks. Like, who is going to pick blue if no one has blue? It's like you gotta play the mind games. I don't know. Okay, but secretly more people have voted in blue. No one say that. Are we like halfway yet? Are we there yet? We're like halfway. This is so awesome. Oh no. We're balling. I finished explaining the map. And we're balling. Climb my stairs. Let's climb This map... What do you, like, think this person was thinking when they made this map? Cause, like, it is purposely like this. You don't just make this on accident. Like, what exactly? What are your motives? Well, maybe when I get FCG? That is a good question. Yeah, because when I was originally going for it, I was not going for FC. I was like, you know, I didn't want to do extra. But then I saw Slag Core's progress, getting to, like, last third with FC, with all those keys, and I'm like, okay, well, now I'm doing that too. It is because of Slag Core. Plus, like, another reason, like, yeah, it was motivating, but it was also like, if she got, like, FCP and I got non-FCG, people who, like, don't know anything will probably think FCP. Like, I don't know. I'm playing mind games, okay? Also, like, it is nice to just do everything. It is nice to just do everything. We're almost at a new and exciting obstacle. I wonder how much variance there even is. I feel like no one will change places. Like, I feel like the ending thing probably. But this, probably not. No one's changing places on the stairs. No one's changing places on these pegs, unless they are. Maybe one of us will go around and the other one won't. Let's see. Yay! Okay, so, yeah, we're walking together, kinda. Wow. Oh? Wait, hold on. Wow. What's Cat doing? Wow, the same win! The same one! Can you believe it? That's not how it works, Cole. That's simply not how it works. Safi with the line? Me also with the line? We're doing the exact same thing? Except I'm doing it better, and I'm doing it bigger. I'm going around this one as well. Okay, you know what? This is actually kind of awesome. I actually really like this obstacle. I actually kind of really like this obstacle. This obstacle's awesome. SpongeBob SquarePants obstacle awesome, D. Okay, but who got that reference? Lock the fuck in. Okay, well, you can't win them all. Safi, no, you can't do that. This was my thing. This was my thing. You're crazy with it. How is this an entertaining obstacle? How is there entertainment being derived from this? That's crazy. It's just like a different, it's just like a whole different mindset. Me and Safi are kind of far ahead. Cat has like a sort of chance. Whoa. Violence. Yay. My profile picture is just so good. Like, it's crazy. Even the background, too. I really like the background colors. Ooh, but I got the sicko line. Oh, but I got the sicko line. If I win, I have no idea what I'm gonna pick. I wasn't ready to be saddled with a choice. What the fuck? The wheels? Oh shit, Safi. You're on my tail. And it's wagging. No! I also want to see Cat catch up. But not going so well. Welcome to a new exciting obstacle. Wow. Do we think we get a world record? Am I seriously gonna win? Like, by the way, like... Come on, Cat. You gotta lock in. Oh. Ugh. Falling out is like... Yeah, but how? Yeah, but how? I mean, I guess I can't exactly see what's going on here, but that doesn't look too possible. I think the only person who can beat me is Safi. And, like, Aina's pretty close to me, but... I'm not a world record believer. Maybe. I don't know. Bow, bow. How did you get overtaken? By Skisi, the GOAT. The GOAT of Dark Chaotic Academy. My lead is growing, I think. Oh! That was nasty. Oh. That's like the sun. What the hell? Good morning. All you know is balls. 5th. Sure. Well, look, it's gonna be like actually kind of close. Safi, you're just going away from me. Can't let my ego go too much. That's right. That's right. I'm way too good at pegging. I need to finish in 30 seconds for the world record. I don't think that's gonna happen. Please? Sorry. Technically the worst thing ever could happen to me. I didn't get world record. Wait, but what do I pick? What do I pick as the winner? Run it back. Run it back. Like, I wasn't ready to have a choice to take. Fuck. I should have thought about that before I won. Wait, winner of this race? I think we're doing a winner of this race, not of the Grand Prix. But I also think I probably win the Grand Prix because I literally won 2 races. Like, I won 2 of them. Like, I don't know how that happened. Congratulations on 2nd place, Safi. Ha! So like the fire will come swiftly and roughly. There's not much time left. I don't even know if Skisi makes it. Oh. Watch out. Oh, watch out. It'll be okay. Watch out. Okay. Skisi. 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 Oh. Well. I win! Woohoo! And I assume I win this also. But like who I feel like maybe Safi 2nd because Safi was 2nd in this. No, Skisi in 3rd. Damn, you could have maybe Safi in 2nd. Actually, yeah, and then me in 1st. It was the top 3 in that race. Not rigged at all. I have 298 points. You have 198. It's because he has 90. Geez, now I have to pick. Now I have to pick. God, I made it winner chooses and I'm the winner. Okay, well. Let's weigh our options here. 5 people picked blue. They could get big payouts. 3 people picked pink. But have you ever thought about the secret 3rd option where 3 people have picked it? Who's the biggest voter? Bob, Samara, Grimmy. Delete prediction. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, I genuinely don't know. This is so tough. Why? Why me? Why do I have to have this choice? Summary. Oh. I can see. There's many different routes I can go here. I can see who all voted. You still think the wheels? What do you mean? Like the wheels I do for the Goldens? I'm not doing that. Like it feels like picking the secret option is okay, I will give to the poor. I'm gonna pick blue. Okay, I'm very generous. And yeah, I'm picking blue. GG. I picked blue. Okay. Thanks for watching. 90 has been explained. I can't believe I got 90 golden. What the fuck? That's so weird. Hmm. Okay, we ready this here. Thanks for watching. Play. Thanking you for watching. Watches you? Not for much longer.